Hello everybody and welcome once again to Trent Bridge Live and to the final day of this Rothesay Division 1 County Championship match between Nottinghamshire and Somerset. And after 3 days worth of cricket, the scoreboard currently reads Nottinghamshire leading by 73 runs. But let's show you everything that happened on day 3 with the day 3 highlights.
Now right on the stroke of 11 o'clock with Overton bowling to Joe Clark, and eases this out to backward point and there's no run.
It's Gregory in again, and this time again played back and past the bowler and straight through, straight drive past the bowler, 4 more runs.
Leach bowls as a sweep from Clark for 4 runs. Good shot, best shot he's hit this morning.
Way before the final day.
Here's Lewis Gregory again, and this again pushed leg side,
He's
and
gone.
it's taken at mid-wicket there by Abel.
Yep,
Tom Abel has taken the catch, and Joe Clark is out.
There's Gregory in, and this one's cut away. Nice looking shot from Jack Haynes, and that will race away down towards the Hound Road stand for 4. Nice looking shot to 2:35.
I'd like a few more in this fixture though, to be honest.
This ball is hammered down the ground for 4 by Jack Haynes, overpitched by Lewis Gregory, and hit away for 4 runs. This ball falls again wide of the off stump and cut away nicely by Jack Haynes for another boundary. And you look up, and seemingly only been out there for a few minutes. He's on to 24 already. A little bit of Josh Tong news to tell you in a second. 271 for 3, and that is lunch here.
In bowls a bouncer to Hasif Hamid of the batsman, and 3 out. And this is pulled down to the boundary at long leg for 4 runs.
Here he is, up to the crease and bowls, and this time it's punched through the covers, and it's 4 glorious runs off the bat of Hasib Hamid.
Overton bowls, and this is launched down the ground, slapped down the ground for 4 runs by Hamid. And well, he just strayed onto off stump there, did Overton. Hamid made room for himself by going outside a leg stump.
And this next ball is pushed leg side, and he'll get a single. And that does take him on to 150. He comes in again, and this next delivery again, a cut this time. It's cut towards the boundary, and it's going to be 4 runs. Cut beautifully there.
He's in and bowls to Haynes, bowls short.
Well battered.
That's Haynes' 50. 50 to Jack Haynes. From in 103 minutes from Pretorius into Hamid. Let's that go through to James Rue with that 4 through the covers. Hamid went on to 162. Pretorius in and bowls. This is in the air from Hamid, but it'll bring him 4 runs. Rather an uncontrolled. He's bowling to Hamid, edged and between Overton and Rue, and had Craig Overton been at an orthodox first slip position. As Gregory's in and bowls, and this is edged down to 3rd man. There is no 3rd man, so that's 4 runs to Jack Haynes. As Gregory in bowls, this is in the air and caught, and a wicket at last. It's Jack Haynes who's gone, caught by Tom Abel at that short mid-wicket position off the bowling of Lewis Gregory. Familiar approaches there. Bowls. This is pulled just over the top of Tom Abel and away for 4 runs through straight mid-wicket.
This time, again, this time it's played beautifully actually for 4 runs through the covers. It's past the umpire, and this time it's played again through the covers and again 4 runs. And was that aerial a little bit, or was it just?
No, that was magnificent.
Of the afternoon session. She's short and turned away through the onside, and that will probably go to the boundary. It does indeed. Short from Vaughan and just whipped away through the onside by.
They've added 116 runs for the loss of Jack Haynes, as yes, gently pushes it into the offside, and that is the end of the session. 119 overs bowled in this innings.
Bowling to Lyndon James, who's on 19, ball in, and pitches this one right up in the block hole, and is driven down to mid-on, where Tom Banton.
Mighty go over the top here. Needs one. Comes down the track and lifts it over the top, and there it is. Third career double 100 for Haseeb Hameed.
Here he is, Archie Vaughan again this time. And this time,
Well
it's
fielded.
James actually comes
Oh,
out.
yes!
Oh, yes! And is that a wicket? And the Somerset fielder certainly thinks so.
He's given it.
He's given it. Yeah, Lyndon James.
This ball is in bowls, a slower ball, which is cut down to third man off a thick edge. Lyndon James takes him on to 28. Davies into James down the leg side. I think he got a tickle on that, and he did indeed. 4 run. Liam Patterson-White, who pulls this away through the onside. That'll be 4 runs. There's nothing that Alfie Ogborn, as Davey is into. Lyndon James, who's on 46, needs 4 for his 50. Pulls that away, but it'll just be a single as Overton is in and bowls, and this inside edge down towards long leg, and it will go for 4.
Somerset floppy.
Overton in bowls, and this is pulled, and it's gone for bowl the next over from the Radcliffe Road end. This is pulled away by Lyndon James, and he's caught out on the boundary. And that is the end of...
Camera crew all around the ground. Thanks to everybody that's been with us today, either listening in or watching the pictures, as the last ball of the day is pushed back to bowler Vaughan by Harrison. He's 9 not out. Patterson-White 47 not out.
So that was a recap of what happened on day 3 there for you. Now, as you'll be able to hear and you'll be able to properly see in the background, the hover has been on the pitch, but the ground staff are taking it off. It's very gloomy down here at Trent Bridge. The lights are on. There's a little bit of drizzle around in the air, but that's enough from me, Michael Fish, about the weather today. Let's talk to you about Haseeb Hameed now. He's had a fantastic game this game, 208 yesterday, which means that he's actually now currently the leading run scorer in the Rothesay County Championship. Fantastic. He reached 1,000 runs in this match as well for this season. He's had a really, really strong game against Somerset over the last 3 days, and he'll be looking to obviously finish in a positive view today. Now, if you want to hear from Haseeb Hameed, he actually spoke to the Trent Bridge media team last night. That's on the Trent Bridge social channel, so go and check that out. But the bells rang, so let's just remind you or give you an updated version of Division 1, because there has been one fixture that has finished, and that is the fixture between Durham and Surrey won by 5 wickets. So you'll see there the gap at the top has been extended. They took obviously 16 points for the victory yesterday. So from a Somerset and a Notts point of view, as the hover is really, really loud, so apologies for that. But, you know, realistically, we're potentially looking at a draw here. But the bonus points from this game, 5 to Nottinghamshire, 4 to Somerset. There was 3 amigos yesterday in the commentary team. There's now the deadly duo. So I tell you what, as a hover has finished, I will pass you over to that deadly duo, and that is Anthony Gibson and the one and only Dave Bracegirdle.
And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge. It's a grey, it's a gloomy start to the day. It's a grey and gloomy start to August. The summer months are...
It is, yeah. August the 1st, isn't it?
White rabbits, pinch, punch, and all the rest of it. Anthony's pinching and punching himself to believe that we might be here for a full day's cricket on day 4, the last and final day of this match, the last and final day of this round of county championship matches, the last and final day, hooray, hooray, of the Kookaburra Ball. We're going to start under cloudy skies with the floodlights on. We've had a little bit of rain, we've had a little bit of drizzle, and not a lot in between. It's been pretty awful in truth this morning weather-wise. Seemed to be there we are. We'll just turn down the effects microphone, bumped it up a little bit so we could just hear what was going on a little earlier. but we turned that down. I can hear myself sing. Liam Patterson-White, 47 not out. Calvin Harrison, 9 not out. Notts continue in their first innings, 511 for 6. They lead by 73. The scenario, surely they will crash it to all parts over the first 40 minutes and then bowl Somerset out for less than 150. And then I woke up. Good morning, Anthony. What's going to happen?
Well, we haven't got a declaration. That's the first thing to be said. There was some speculation last night that Notts might just conceivably declare overnight, but they haven't. So they're going to go, presumably, as you were saying, Dave, for quick runs. And there will be a declaration at some stage, and then Somerset will have to try and bat through the day. And never underestimate Somerset's propensity for batting collapses. So there could be some drama. But in all honesty, Somerset ought to be able to bat through 2.5 sessions or whatever it may be that Nottinghamshire give them.
Yeah, of course, there's a little bit of prize money on the horizon now. Only 3 matches after this one. If you can't catch Surrey, you try and finish second. If you can't catch the team in second, you try and finish third. And both of these sides will want to make sure they're amongst the prize money when that's dished out at the end of the season. I don't think there's going to be any free gifts today from Notts to Somerset or Somerset to Notts. But we'll see where we go. We'll be into the Radio Nottingham news in a moment, so I'll just kick things off with Josh Davey bowling round the wicket to Liam Patterson-White down the leg side, and already a tumbling take from James Rue, and a further reminder that we are playing with a ball that is 151 overs old. The best that Anthony's personal statistician Steve Pittard could come up with was West Indies Test match where Viv Richards refused. Was it Viv or Clive refused to change the?
It was
the
Viv,
ball?
I think. I've got another one which I'll after your report. I've got. Steve has come up with another example.
Where would we be without Steve from the Dog and Duck? 511 for 6. As Josh Davey lightly used. Perhaps this is why he's speared 2 a long way down the leg side. Not quite Josh Tong-like. Those of you that saw the test highlights last night, or indeed live yesterday. A couple of leg side deliveries to begin with, 511 for 6. Or is this a Somerset ploy? Let's just bowl down the leg side. I don't think it is, because they've got 4 fielders on the offside. Can already hear Lisa Teenby in my ears, giving the 11 o'clock news on BBC Radio Nottingham. We are expecting the weather to improve. Here's Davey, past umpire Bailey, and LPW Liam Patterson-White gets bat on ball for the first time this morning, just helping it into the covers. Notts lead by 73. Double 100 yesterday from Asib Hamid, 72 from Lyndon James, 70 from Jack Haynes, the major contributions. Centuries for James Rue and Tom Abel on day one. Somerset have an over rate of +9. There's Davey, 4th ball of the over, and again Patterson-White helps it into the offside. And there's no run. 511 for 6, Nottinghamshire. This match has certainly followed a similar path to the last 3 games that I've witnessed with Notts, with the Kookaburra ball. Just each side batting once and batting big. Will there be any intent at all from Notts to push on this morning and try and put Somerset under pressure if they possibly can? Unlikely, I would imagine, that they'll be able to do that. Davy Bowles turned away, this time on the leg side by Patterson-White, and the over, almost like the weather, beginning very slowly and very reluctantly.
Well, Somerset's field suggests that they're not expecting Notts to go hard just yet.
where we've started on time, but a little bit of light drizzle in the air and the floodlights on. Very dark over Trent Bridge, and that's sort of the sombre mood out in the middle as well. This game heading towards a draw already, even though we've got a full 96 over day ahead of us. We're in the first over of the day. Nottinghamshire still in their first innings, 511 for 6. That's a lead of 73. There's Davy bowling, and he begins with a maiden as Patterson White turns it onto the leg side. And that's the first of 96. Maybe, almost certainly, we won't get the full allocation today. You'd imagine we're looking at sort of a 10-5 handshake between the captains.
And that was the 152nd over with that particular ball. And Steve Pittard, retired joint landlord of the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi, better known as Eli, says, on the topic of old bulls, there is some speculation that the 1961-62 Bridgetown Test between West Indies and India, in that game, Lance Gibbs, who had figures of 53.3 overs, 37 maidens, 8 for 38, did not take a new ball in the innings that lasted 185.3 overs. So that, Somerset have got another, 30 odd overs to beat that, but whether it's just speculation, don't know. Anyway, we've got Jake Ball coming in from the Stuart Broad end, and they go through for a cheeky single, it's well judged single in fact, which Liam Patterson White called. He was backing up, and it was Patterson White, wasn't it, who was warned by Craig Overton about excessive backing up towards the end of play yesterday.
Yeah, there was a signal. It was a leg by, in fact, for Nottinghamshire. So still not had the first run off the bat. Of course, the ball will have been lodged with the umpires for safekeeping overnight, so they'll have had a good chance, Anthony, to have a look at it. And clearly, it's holding its shape and it's holding together despite its longevity.
Here comes Ball. He's in and bowls to Patterson White, the left-hander. Ball bowling around the wicket. Yes, whatever one may say about the Kookaburra ball, it's obviously pretty well made to have
like
lasted.
A marble.
Yeah. But it's only half of the explanation for the sort of game of cricket we've had. The other part is the pitch, which is as good now as it was, if not better, than on the first morning. Ball in bowls, and this is driven, but Banton will cut that off at mid-on. Yeah, the Somerset field, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 saving 1. So the boundary riders hadn't really been posted yet. We do have two out on the leg side and a cover sweeper. So Lewis Gregory sort of hedging his bets at the moment. Ball in and bowls. This is short and played off the back foot into the offside by Patterson White for the first run off the bat of the morning. He moves on to 48, 513 for 6.
Started on time in the Test match. India 213 for 6. Of course, there's already been a result in Division 1. Surrey beating Durham. All the Division 1 games that remain have started. Division 2, no play on day 4 at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire, Middlesex, or at Old Trafford so far. Lancashire, Glamorgan. They're playing at Canterbury and they're playing at Northampton.
Here's Ball to Calvin Harrison, who will pick up a single out to Craig Overton, who is fielding at deep backward point, not somewhere where you normally see Craig Overton, but we've got no slips at the moment. And I had a chat with Steve Kirby, the Somerset bowling coach, last evening, and asked him why Somerset hadn't bothered to take the new ball, and he gave the obvious explanation that they wanted to keep the runs down. As Ball is in and bowls, and this is chipped into mid-wicket, and the simplest of catches to Jack Leach. And, that's the end of Liam Patterson White, and a very low-key dismissal. Hardly any celebrations from the Somerset fielders. And it's a sort of catch that Geoffrey Boycott's mother could have taken.
Can't be overly impressed with that shot, Liam Patterson-White. It was literally catching practice, just chipped up for Jack Leach. It was maybe one of the softest wickets that Jake Ball has ever had on this ground. Liam Patterson-White, 101 balls faced, survived the first 100 comfortably. It was the 101st that got him. 1-4-1-6, out for 48. I fancy he's left a few runs out there begging, and Calvin Harrison takes a drink from Farhan Ahmed, who's doing 12th man duties this week. Here comes Brett Hutton, who ran out of puff. He told me, or words to that effect, at Southampton last week in flailing the Hampshire attack for 71. Why, Brett? Why? There was 100 for the Tate. He's never had 100. 86, I think, against Kent, his highest first-class score, and it was certainly on last week in a situation not too dissimilar to this one. So just ran out of puff, not used to batting so long. But he fell for 71 last week. See what he can get today. 514 for 7. So a wicket going down this morning every 2 overs on average. I wonder if that'll last. It was the end of the over. Jake Ball, 19 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 65.
Yeah, second wicket for Jake Ball, which will please him on his return to Trent Bridge. First time he's played here since he joined Somerset at the start of last season.
I think it's going to be Jack Davey to continue. It is.
Jack Davey played for Gloucestershire in the 1970s.
He did indeed. He did indeed. It's Josh. I must have called him Jack in the first over, and he was so kind. You didn't. He didn't correct me.
No, I don't think you did. I don't think you did.
Calvin Harrison on 10. So not entirely sure of the Nottinghamshire intentions, but what we can say with confidence is they've not declared yet. Very quiet opening. 3 runs from the first 2 overs. Davy Bowles hit with a little bit of conviction there to mid-wicket by Calvin Harrison. Chance for him, of course, to get a few runs here. Century this season for Northants in Division 2. Would, I guess, have been a little frustrated that he's had to go out on loan to get Championship cricket. Had to wait his turn here with Liam Patterson-White and Farhan Ahmed. Either one or the other or both playing in all the previous matches. No room for Calvin, who of course played in all the T20 Blast fixtures. There's Davey, passed on by Bailey. Nice and full, and this is just deflected down the leg side. Should be able to come back for a couple. They can. 516 for 7, Nottinghamshire. The lead up to 78.
Not many people here. I think the attendance could be measured in hundreds, probably. There's quite a few on the terrace away to our right, middle tier of this Radcliffe Road end stand.
What's the old gag? We'll announce the crowd changes to the players rather than the other way around. Davey in again to Harrison. Now got a dozen to his name, and that's nicely struck down the ground, and it might just have the legs on it to go all the way for 4. It will indeed. Nice looking shot for a boundary. Speaking of gags, I was halted in my stride this morning early on by Kelvin, mate of Chris Morley's, the outlaw Chris. Good morning, Chris, and thank you, Kelvin. He says, I know you like a pun, Dave. I was watching the Test match yesterday. I've come up with a couple of puns that the commentators could have said with the Test match in mind. So bear in mind these are from Kelvin, and that was how I was greeted. Davey Bowles clipped on the leg side. It was nearly another catching opportunity for Leach. Just chipped over his head for a single. 521 for 7. Dave, a couple of puns the Test match commentators could have used this summer. 1. The first time that Rishabh Pant recorded a duck in both innings of a match is still known today as the first pair of pants. There you go. And the other one is, they could have said, the ball went under Duckett's gloves and underpants. Thank you, Kelvin. Good morning to you and to Outlaw Chris. There we are. It does give you an opportunity to go down that train of thought, doesn't it? Rishabh Pant. This is hit back, caught and bowled. Another wicket. Brett Hutton out for naught, first ball. Caught and bowled catch for Davey. And suddenly on day 4, the game is moving forward at a tremendous rate. 2 wickets gone down inside 3 overs here. For the first time in the match, I think we've had a bang-bang. 5:21 for 8. Brett Hutton caught and bowled Davey for naught. An innings after he made 71 down at Hampshire.
Yes, I'm not sure that these wickets are entirely in Somerset's best interest. It just means that they'll probably have longer to bat than would otherwise have been the case if it had been down to a Nottinghamshire declaration. I don't think we're going to get a declaration now. I think Notts will be bowled out.
There it is on the replay. It was well taken by Davey. He had to go a long way down to the ground, and if you're feeling a little bit stiff early on in the morning as a bowler, that was a good loosener for Davey, because he really had to throw himself to the ground and take a return catch. He'll be grateful for that. His first wicket. Here comes Big Dill. Dylan Pennington touching gloves with Calvin Harrison. 2 wickets inside 3 overs. It's all happening.
It's all happening here.
The old ball is undoing the Notts lower order.
Yes, it's a vintage ball. 154 overs have been bowled with it. Still good for Josh Davey. Means that he's got a wicket. 1 for 41.
Lead is 83. The only, and again, it probably wouldn't even register on the old WinViz or whatever it's called. Other speculation sites are available. The only way Nottinghamshire could win this game, of course, is if they can get 10 Somerset wickets, as Harrison pushes this up to mid-off. And the only way they can get 10 Somerset wickets is if they're bowling. Well, they're not. They're batting at the moment. 5:21 for 8. But this morning they've lost Liam Patterson-White, caught by Jack Leach. Very tame one, chipped up onto the leg side by Patterson-White. Clutched easily by Leach off the bowling of Jake Ball for 48. That was 5-1-4 for 7. And then Brett Hutton in that over, the following over, caught and bowled Josh Davey for naught. 5:21 for 8. And the Nottinghamshire advantage is 83.
And say good morning to Dave from Cork, who has tweeted, I used to think you, i.e. me, had one of the best jobs, paid to watch and inform about cricket. After 3 days of this failure of the Trades Description Act, I no longer do. Yes,
good on you, Dave.
Yes, ball in and bowls, and this is up in the air, away through the onside, and gone for 4. And nice pickup shot there from Calvin Harrison, who moves on to 21. Quite a lot of correspondence on Twitter, mostly concerning the pitch and the ball.
Are they worried, though? Are they worried that Somerset might collapse?
Well, no sign of it. Well, wouldn't be entirely out of character if they were to.
Oh, they would. You can't collapse on here.
Here's Jake Ball to bowl to Calvin Harrison in bowls, and Harrison just drops this into the offside. They think about a single. There's a shy at the stumps from Miggy Pretorius, which misses, but Harrison was back in his ground by then in any case.
One or two people have made reference to the Craig Overton getting a touch excited yesterday, and the comparison with Dylan Pennington, who was penalised strongly.
Ball in and bowls, and this is pulled down to deep backward square leg. Lammonby quickly around, sends in the left-handed return. Good piece of fielding by Tom Lammonby as ever. Yeah, I think from what I've heard, I think Dylan Pennington was harshly dealt with.
Yeah, I was going to say, that won't make a deal of sense to Somerset viewers, Somerset listeners, but in a recent game, Dylan Pennington, ball was drilled back to him by a batter, I can't remember who it was, I think it was in the Yorkshire game, who was standing well out of his crease, and he threw it down the other end.
His ball. Oh, playing a miss this time from Dylan Pennington.
Nowhere near the batter. Nowhere near the batter. It was sort of a... I'm watching you inching further and further out of your crease, and if you keep on coming and you hit it back to me, I'm going to throw it at the stumps. It was almost by the guideline. Where you would have a guideline in T20 cricket. It was wide of the batter, wide of the stumps.
His ball to Pennington, who drives, won't get a run here.
The umpires intervened, 5 penalty runs for a dangerous throw, and an ECB sanction against Dylan Pennington, who apparently had some points carried over, like your driving licence, from his time at Worcestershire. And they've sat there on his licence effectively, and it tipped him over the top, and he had to serve a 2-match ban. I didn't see anything wrong with that, and I didn't see anything particularly wrong with Craig yesterday.
Ball bowls. This is turned into the onside again. There's hesitation about a possible single. This time it's Jack Leach with the throw. I mean, of the two examples, I mean, you could argue that Craig Overton's was more culpable, because it was just a bit of petulance that persuaded him to launch the ball at the stumps. With the batsman standing well inside his crease, there was no possibility of a run out, and it wasn't as if the batsman was coming down the pitch to him or anything like that. But the umpire spoke to Lewis Gregory, and as far as we know, that's the end of it.
In the time it's taken you to say that, Anthony, India have lost 2 wickets. They're 220. They were 220 for 6 when I said a minute ago. They're 220 for 8. Josh Tong's got his 3rd wicket of the innings, and Gus Atkinson has also picked up a wicket to follow. So India 220 for 8. Here's Davey. Figures of 1 for 41 bowls, and this one just, I don't know, almost stopped on Calvin Harrison, or Harrison checked his drive but gets a single, pushing it down the ground. And now Somerset, I was going to say, if they choose, can bring the field in for Dylan Pennington, but it doesn't look as if they're going to alter their tactics, even though they've got the number 10 out there.
Well, I don't think Somerset will be in any hurry to bowl Nottinghamshire out.
No, there is that. There is that. I think they quite rightly feel, Somerset, that they're unable to win the match from here. Davey in again, deflected onto the leg side by Pennington, so he's up and running. His first single, 528 for 8. New career best, or a Nottinghamshire best score of 61 for Dylan Pennington earlier this season. He had a 70 in his Worcestershire days. Don't get too many opportunities, do you, batting at 10 and 11 in the order. Just Mo Abbas to come. 528 for 8. Clouds haven't lifted at all. Filthy black overhead. Floodlights still on. That's Davey, passed on by Bailey. Pitches it up, full toss, hit past the bowler, past the stumps, past the umpire, and a single is taken. 529 for 8, and Notts lead by 91. Yes, that I don't know if you saw or caught any of the Test match highlights. It was an extraordinary start for Josh Tong yesterday, with 2 lots of 5 wides and another wide, but he's now got figures of 3 for 57 from 15 overs, so you give 11 away to start with and come back with figures of 3 for 57. 529 for 8. Davey bowls, can clip to mid-wicket to Leach, and there's no run.
Well, Steve Pittard has come up with an example of where boredom stops play. I'm not suggesting for a moment that that's going to be the situation here. This was the Boland versus England 11 first-class match in 1995, which was so tedious that both teams packed it in on the 4th morning and played a one-day contest instead. Wisden called the match an extraordinary but justifiable decision of euthanasia, putting it out of its misery.
Here's Davey. Again, I wrongly called it, I think, as the end of the over. Nice looking push into the offside by Pennington. He might get 2 here. Lammonby will field on the Fox Road boundary. A good throw from him. Clean pick-up. Good work from Lammonby, who, of course, was wholly and fully responsible from the Somerset perspective for the run out of Asiba Mead. The two in the middle, I guess they'll have had a little bit of a chat about it once Lyndon James was dismissed as well, as to what went wrong there with the calling between the two of them. But great work from Lammonby to make the dive, stop the ball and throw it into Rue to bring an end to Hamid's wonderful innings. Pennington on strike on 3. This is down the leg side, taken by Rue. Fielders on the offside appealing, but they will have heard something, but it certainly wasn't bat on ball. End of the over. 5:31 for 8 after 156 overs. So we've had 5 overs this morning, during which Notts have added 20 runs and lost 2 wickets.
Yep, that game in 1995, Jack Russell scored a century for England against Boland. Boland, not sure what that has become in terms of South African provincial cricket, but well, there you are, it has happened, but can't very well happen in the county championship.
Boredom stopped play.
But it's not been boring at all this morning. We've had 2 wickets go down, and one of them to Jake Ball, the other to Josh Davey, and it's Jake Ball from the Stuart Broad end who's bowling to Calvin Harrison, turns it into the onside. Jack Leach does the fielding. They take a single. 5:32 for 8.
Harrison looks like he's playing with purpose, with intent, with a real desire to put bat on ball, and when he's running briskly, looking for 2. He gives the impression, maybe about the only one in the match, of trying to get on with it.
Ball in and bowls, and this comes off a inside edge down to long leg where Josh Davey will field. It's just the single. 5:33 for 8.
We're very close to Somerset qualifying for their 3rd new ball. Not far away from the 160 overs being completed, which is extraordinary, isn't it?
Ball in bowls, and this is up in the air. It was a loose shot from Calvin Harrison. Lost the ball there against the grey skies, but it landed safely, and they take a single.
Tell you what, instead of running initially, it was you can't see anything when you've got your glove on, but he was peering at his hand as if that one stung a bit and looped up on the offside off the glove rather than the bat, and he got down the other end shaking it. He's not taken the glove off to have a look.
Ball in and bowls, and Pennington pushes it into the offside, and Pretorius knocks a stump out of the ground with another rather gratuitous throw, although there had been a certain amount of hesitation because Harrison was backing up looking to steal a single. There never was a single there, but I think that was excusable from Pretorius.
Full teapot from Jake Ball. Stood there with both hands on hips looking at Pretorius and then burst into laughter.
Well, I suppose if it had rebounded, it could have gone for 4 overthrows. Ball in and bowls, and Pennington coming right across his stumps, turning it into the onside for a single. 5:35 for 8.
And then he nearly ran into Jake, making his ground at the other end.
That's all happening out there.
Understated comment of the morning. It's all happening. Got
James Rue cutting a very lonely figure as wicketkeeper, no one within 30 yards of him.
So we had got a little bit of noise again from the building site that is the old pavilion.
Ball in bowls. Pennington Harrison rather swings and comes off the bottom of the bat, brings him a single out into the onside. End of the 157th over with this particular ball. 536 for 8, and Nottinghamshire within 2 runs of a 100-run lead, and the two batsmen just having a chat there with Jack Leach and exchanging pleasantries.
Little shot there on the picture feed of the hard-hatted workmen. It's Friday, isn't it? They'll be done by midday on a Friday, surely. They won't be putting in a full day on a Friday. 5:36 for 8. Davy to carry on from this. The Radcliffe Road end here at Trent Bridge. Dave Bracegirdle, Anthony Gibson watching second versus third best in the country. And what have we got there? Attempted scoop from Calvin Harrison that he gets all wrong and gets a single as if he was cutting it to backward point, but he wasn't. He went all the way across his stumps trying to deflect it down the leg side, and it still managed to find the outside edge and go to Jake Ball on the boundary in front of the Smith Cooper stand. Last 2 or 3 deliveries of that last Jake Ball over, unless my ears were deceiving me, it seemed like we got a bit of a grunt. I normally associate that with Brett Hutton. I've never really noticed Jake Ball grunting with effort in the past. So something to listen out for in the next over. That's Davy Bowles, and again across the stumps, this time Pennington, and he's lucky not to lose his leg stump. Perhaps it's almost like they've had a little bit of a dare here on who's going to be the first to hit a 6. I'll bet you. 5:37 for 8. Certainly wasn't looking to block it, was he?
No.
The number 10.
It's the second or third time he's done that, come right across his stumps and look to whip it away through the onside.
Davy must be fancying picking up a couple of wickets here to improve his figures. Not with this delivery. That's a nice conventional square cut from Dylan Pennington out to Lammonby. Way to our left with those turquoisey framed sunglasses on the top of his Somerset County cap. 5:38 for 8, the home side. Calvin Harrison back on strike on 28, made from 29 deliveries. Dylan Pennington has 6 from 13 this morning. Patterson White out for 48, and he won't even have taken his pads off before Brett Hutton joined him out first ball. Harrison has 28. Davy Bowles getting down the leg side, and once more he's looked to deflect it away down to Ball and gets another single. On a bigger ground you'd say Jake Ball was at long leg, but it's such a short side, you just say he's behind square.
Yeah. Medium leg.
5:39 for 8. Notts leaders crept over 3 figures during the course of this over. They lead by 101. As Davy Bowles again, full toss, clubbed down the ground to Tom Banton and his poorly finger. Sounds like a rock band. You can see that heavily protected finger on his left hand. Oh, he's now playing crown green bowls, and he's just bowled that immaculately up towards the jack, which is Josh Davies' bowling mark. That was nice, wasn't it? He's got a future life as a crown green bowler, young Banton. Somerset have used 8 bowlers. Banton, Abel and Root haven't turned their arm over yet. Davy Bowles lifted rather unconventionally over extra cover by Harrison. He'll come back for 2. Didn't time that at all, but he's into the 30s. He's got his shirt number. Harrison is on 31. Pennington on 7. 5:42 for 8, Nottinghamshire, leading by 104.
And 89 overs remain in the day's play. In theory. Be surprised if we get all of those, but you never know.
If the innings ended now, they could have a second new ball just to knock over the tail.
They could. But as I said, I don't think they're in any great hurry to knock over the tail.
No. India all out for 2-2-4. That's accelerated quite quickly. Gus Atkinson 5 for 33 did for Siraj and Krishna in quick succession. So that's 12 for 4 this morning, India.
This is played to backward point by Dylan Pennington, who won't get a run. It's fielded by Miguel Pretorius. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 saving 1 and 4 out. So again, Somerset just hedging their bets. As ball is into Pennington. Bowled! Middle stump out of the ground. Big swing from Dylan Pennington. He missed it, and the middle stump cartwheeling back towards the wicketkeeper, and that's the 9th Nottinghamshire wicket. 542 for 9. Dylan Pennington bowled by Jake Ball for 7.
And at least they're congratulating Ball. It's not a case of somebody just quietly saying, "What on earth are you doing, Bally?" Yeah, that was emphatic. It was, I think, the first clean bowled in the match it was since Craig Overton demolished Ben Slater's stumps at the start of the Nottinghamshire innings. Dylan Pennington bowled by Jake Ball for 7. He was out there for 20 minutes. 542 for 9.
Which will bring Mohammad Abbas to the crease.
Outlaw Chris says, "Hello Dave, good morning. I heard you saying Kelvin's little ditties. He often comes up with some gems. He's part of my cricketing family. Top man. Come on, me lucky lads," he says. Outlaw Chris. Calvin Harrison wandering down just to have a quiet word with Mohammad Abbas about how they're going to sustain this 10th wicket partnership for the next few minutes. 542 for 9, Notts lead by 104.
Do you think they'll want to sustain it? I mean, if Somerset aren't trying too hard to take wickets,
I don't know. I really
logically,
don't know.
Notts ought to be giving the wickets away. And there was an element of that about that shot from Dylan Pennington, going for a big yahoo to a perfectly straight, respectable delivery. The
secret of the Kookaburra ball, let it go more than 150 overs and suddenly get 3 wickets in quick succession.
So 542 for 9. The lead as things stand is 104. Mohammad Abbas, whose batting average stands at 6.4 in first class cricket. Stands with the bat raised as ball is in, and he plays a perfectly solid looking defensive shot out into the offside.
Yes, he's shown a propensity for sticking around. These are his scores for Notts: 4 not out, 0 not out, 0, 4 not out, 6 not out, 0 not out, 0 not out. So he's averaging 14 for Notts, courtesy of the fact he's only been out once.
His ball in bowls, and Mohammad Abbas is off the mark with a rather awkward looking pull shot, but brings him a single out to deep square leg. 543 for 9. There's no great urgency being displayed out in the middle at the moment. Here comes ball again, and Harrison drives, and Archie Vaughan fields at extra cover, and there's no run. The other thing that Steve Pittard has come up with is some stats on Hasib Hamid, who is Notts' best opening batsman during the last 55 years in terms of his average opening the batting. As ball is in and bowls, and there won't be a run here. He averages 48.12 in 120 innings opening the batting for Notts. Ben Duckett is next, 45.15, and then Chris Broad, 42.8, Tim Robinson, 42, Derek Randall, who opened the innings for Notts in 43 innings, 41.1. Jason Gallion, 40.78, and Ben Slater 136 innings opening the batting for Notts, averaging 39.92, which is good figures, aren't they?
Yeah.
But just shows how Hasib Hamid has come on since he joined Notts from Lancashire.
It's interesting that Duckett features there. I wouldn't have thought it opened all that much.
35 times.
Yeah.
35 innings, that is. So
35 times as an opener. Here's Davey. Bowls, and this is driven through the offside by Mo Abbas. He's going to get a single. And that doubles his tally from 1 to 2, 544 for 9. The thing with Slater and Hamid opening so often is that Duckett always came in at 3. I know over the last couple of seasons he's hardly played for Notts, just 1 or 2 games each season, but when he has featured, because he's opening for England, he's then open for Notts, and Slater has dropped to 3. But wouldn't that, I mean, I'm always wrong, but I'd be surprised if Duckett's opened 35 times for Nottinghamshire. Davy bowls and chipped into the offside, and another tame wicket tossed away. Harrison goes for 31. Davy's got the wicket, and all of a sudden things have just accelerated to the extent that the umpires, for the first time in the game, are now contemplating having to change ends. We're on day 4. They've remained with Rob Bailey at this end, the Radcliffe Road end, and Mike Burns at the other. But we are at the halfway stage of the match in terms of both first innings have finished. Calvin Harrison caught Leach ball. Davy 31, faced 34 balls and 3 fours, and Notts are all out for 544 with 4 wickets going down this morning for 33 runs in around about 40 minutes. So for the first time, really, the game has moved on a little bit. It didn't really ever, apart from Calvin Harrison, who was showing a little bit of urgency, it didn't look like Notts had gone out particularly to throw the bat at everything and let's see if we can get a quick 50. It just seemed to materialise that 1 or 2 wickets were gifted away there. There are a couple of simple catches dollied up to Jack Leach. 2 wickets this morning to Josh Davey, 2 to Jake Ball. Davey finishes 2 for 53, Ball 3 for 76, and Notts lead by 106.
And 2 standout performances in that innings. The first, of course, Hasib Hamid with his 208. And the second, the performance of the ball, which lasted for 159.2 overs, which wouldn't surprise me at all if that isn't a record for County Championship. Certainly in recent years, probably if you go back 100 years, they might have lasted a bit longer, but 159.2 overs, quite an achievement.
So there we are. We're going to get this game moved on a little bit. Shouldn't be an issue for Somerset, but they're 106 behind, and I'm sure once they see off the new ball it should be relatively plain sailing. Of course, in the first innings they did run into Mohammed Abbas and were 0 for 2 early on, and then 25 for 3. Even if that happens, well, I think there'd be 1 or 2 tremors if they were 25
I'm
for
sure
3
there would
and still 75 behind. But
I think 0 for 2, 25 for
yeah.
3. I think the panic stations in the Somerset dressing room, but we're not there yet.
He's certainly well rested, Mo Abbas. We haven't seen him since day 2, apart from that brief trip to the middle with his bat. The players will be back out there in 5 or 6 minutes' time. When they do, so will the commentary.
There's 15 seconds of fame, wasn't it? I was sitting in there.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge, where the game has at last taken on the impression of being a cricket match, with the sides taking wickets and indeed changing innings. We are going to get the Somerset second innings underway in just a moment. A lead of 106 then for Nottinghamshire this morning. If you're just joining us, Notts have lost their last 4 wickets, bowled out for 544. So a little bit of work for Somerset to do under the floodlights. Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory are out there. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Anthony Gibson here from BBC Somerset, and I'm outnumbered here because lovely to see and welcome Mike Unwin from the Somerset Cricket Museum, who's just passed by just to say hello on his way down from Scarborough and to call in and see what's happening and say hello to Anthony. You're very, very welcome, Mike. Good to see you.
Thank you very much indeed.
You've been at Scarborough.
Yes.
Prices, ticket prices up there, crikey me.
Well, you see, Somerset and Yorkshire have the reciprocal agreement, so it was free.
Yes, yeah. In general, I understand there's been a bit of a...
There has been a bit of a hoo-ha, yes.
Do you want to get us going, Anthony?
It's Mo Abbas to Lewis Gregory, who turns that into the onside. It takes him on the pad as a huge appeal for LBW. It's signalled a leg by umpire Mike Burns. And must have been a close call, that one. Gregory coming right across his stumps. Let's watch the replay. Ooh.
Of course, he's on a pair as well, isn't he?
He certainly is.
They were 0 for 2 at the start of the match. Somerset.
Maybe just going down. Umpire's call. Excellent replay, it has to be said. Well, Somerset can't afford to make the sort of start that they made in the first innings when they were 0 for 2. Abbas to Davey in bowls and plays this from the crease back up the onside of the pitch, and there's no run.
Mo Abbas likes bowling against Somerset, doesn't he?
He does. He's pretty good against just about anyone, is Mohammed Abbas. Whether he's bowling for, as it was when he was bowling for Hampshire, and now for Notts.
So is this a heritage tour of the country then? Have you been have you been meeting your corresponding number up at Scarborough?
No, I was just took a couple of days off.
Here's Abbas to Davey, and I think he got a little bit of bat onto that, running away down to the fine leg boundary, and will reach the boundary. No, he didn't get any bat on it. It's leg bys. So 5 runs on the board, all of them leg bys in this first over.
No, so just took a couple of days off and went up to Scarborough.
It's not the worst of places to visit, is it? North
lovely.
Marine Road.
No, it's lovely ground, lovely ground.
Good crowds?
2,500?
Yeah.
2,500, I believe. And I was plenty of Sussex people there, which was good to see. Lots of kids, and playing on the outfield at the meal breaks as well.
It's always nice to see, isn't it?
Abbas to Davey. This comes off the inside part of the bat, but it'll bring him the first runs off the bat, 2 of them, as Hasib Hamid retrieves the ball. 7 for no wicket. So you're a Sussex man then, Mike?
No, just 2 days away from home.
And watch a bit of cricket. There's nothing wrong with that, is there?
Scarborough.
It's a long way to go, though, Scarborough.
Well, we always used to stay in this holiday cottage near Thirsk, and I thought, well, it's only an hour's drive from Thirsk to Scarborough.
Is Abbas into Davy, plays that late, not really moving his feet, but keeps it out.
And then I had a email from a gentleman, 94, who's supported Somerset since 1946. Remembers seeing them at Weston. Would you like to collect a bookcase full of books?
No.
So I have a bookcase full of books in the boot of my car,
All right.
including The Hand That Bowled Bradman by Bill Andrews.
Bill Andrews, yep.
Autographed by Bill Andrews.
Oh well. It's Mohammed Abbas, last ball of the first over. A mixture of bat and pad, almost through, inside edge onto pad from Josh Davey. The ball just drops down in front of him. 7 for no wicket, and Somerset need another 100 runs exactly to make Nottinghamshire bat again.
You've been in the library here, I presume, haven't you?
No, Steve's given me a tour round.
Right.
So we're going.
There's one or two books in there that might just keep you occupied on a rainy day. But
Yes.
Sutton's going to bowl the second over.
I met Polly's daughter. Had a coffee with Polly's daughter, Amy.
Polly Rhodes, the Somerset scorer.
Yes, met her in Scarborough. And Kit Harris from BBC Sport.
Yep.
And Wisden came and said hello. So very pleasant.
7 runs in that first over. I don't necessarily think either Anthony or myself envisaged that by this stage of the morning we'd have seen 4 wickets. We'd have seen Somerset open up with 7 runs in the first over. What are we waiting for here? What's been brought out?
Physio's coming on to minister to
Lewis Gregory.
Josh Davey.
Oh, it is.
So whether he's taken a blow on the hand.
Picked up a couple of wickets this morning. Josh Davey, Liam Patterson-White fell to Jake Ball for 48. Brett Hutton caught and bowled by Josh Davey without scoring. Dylan Pennington comprehensively bowled by Jake Ball for 7, and the last one to go, Calvin Harrison, who was caught just chipping one up to Jack Leach for 31. 5:44 all out. Somerset. Nottinghamshire, beg your pardon. Somerset beginning second time 106 behind. Hopefully Davies okay. Yeah, I think so. The physio heading off.
Don't know whether that last delivery just took him on the glove. He's a bit accident prone, Josh Davey.
So we're ready to go again. Notts with 2 slips. Calvin Harrison, closest to Joe Clark, is sort of in an advanced second slip position, and then a little way to his right, Freddie McCann. 2 close in catching on the leg side, and this is pushed back to the bowler, who gets a fingernail on it, and the ball trickles up. I think it clipped the stumps at the far end without knocking a bail off. 7 without loss. Under the floodlights and the gloom at Trent Bridge. Believe it or not, Mike, there were decent crowds here, certainly over the first couple of days, not quite as many yesterday, and again perhaps reduced by half again today. Next delivery is left alone by Gregory. There's been a good contingent of travelling Somerset fans led by Tractor.
So I was talking to Tractor a few moments ago before I met up with Steve again.
Where's he sitting today?
Just above John Pye Auctions.
Oh, there, yes. Yep, I see. Yep, there he is.
Frightened everybody off today. He sat on his own. Giving plenty of encouragement. Lewis Gregory batting well outside the crease here as Hutton bowls to him, and this has helped. Back on the bounce to the bowler.
Got those 2 short mid-wickets again, which suggests that the odd ball may be stopping a little bit. And if anything could be attributed for the wickets that we had this morning, then they all had a little bit of balls stopping on the batsman, particularly the Patterson-White dismissal.
The Jack Leach catch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Looked aghast, didn't they, Patterson-White? What have I done? Hutton in once more, and Lewis Gregory slightly off balance. He was falling forward and was squared up, and it was pushed back in the direction of Hamid at mid-off. Just a hint that it was slightly uppish, but certainly didn't carry to anybody. But Nottinghamshire certainly been sent out there with the instructions just to get behind the bowlers. Lots of encouragement, support, and everybody is just buying into that at the moment. Lots of encouragement. 7 without loss. Here comes Houghton again. 4 dot balls so far in this over. There's the grunt as he fires it just in that channel outside the off stump, and it goes through to Clark. Lovely of you to pop up. I know you just popped in with Steve
yes.
at Taunton when I was down there with Anthony. I know he's taking you around the ground to meet everybody, and hope you enjoy your day.
I will do. A reciprocal tour today.
Yeah.
Somerset 7 without loss. Houghton bowls now, and Gregory well out of his crease runs it into the offside, and there's no run. Been playing for an hour.
I should say I'm a trustee of the Somerset Cricket Museum, and Mike has revolutionised the Somerset Cricket Museum. It's I think it's now one of the best, if not the best, in the country.
We think so.
We think so.
We've done a lot inside this winter with the ladies' cricket displays, moved some things around with the art gallery that Mike Tarp designed. And we've had some useful things in. The last thing that came in was a Viv Richards bat, autographed, and a cheque on it for £1,500. He was sponsored for £1 a run. It didn't go through the cheque machine. They had to write out a paperwork.
And I guess you largely dependent on voluntary donations.
We are.
And I'd imagine there's people that clearing the loft, clearing the garage, and we've got all these old yearbooks and annuals and wisdoms and cricketers and what have you.
The other interesting thing that came in, Andy Hurry, the director of cricket, brought in the stump that Riley Meredith smashed.
Great, yeah. So we're doing an update with BBC Radio Nottingham. Let you get on your way, Mike. Great to see you, and we'll be back with Anthony in just a moment. There's been a real hold up here with more treatment for Josh Davey. I think he's had a tablet and a drink brought out to him, and now we're watching Ben Slater pop on the protective pads and get himself ready for a stint at short leg. So you're not missing any cricket. Both sides well ahead on their over 8 in any case. Somerset finished on +9 at the end of that Nottinghamshire first innings. Notts were +4 in the match. Must be a good 3 minutes now. We haven't had any cricket. Somerset, as you can see on the board there, trail by 99. Good accurate start by Mo Abbas and Brett Hutton. We're just about ready. So Josh Davey on strike. Now we've got 2 slips, a leg slip, a short leg. There is that radio update. Well, after the first 3 days of very few wickets falling, they've been going over like 9 pins this morning. Notts are all out for 544, losing their last 4 wickets inside 40 minutes. Somerset now batting. They're 106 behind as they begin their second innings. They're now 8 without loss.
Buys there, I think, might be leg buys. It buys they were. Just the one, I think, no, yeah, 1 buy. And that one jagged back really sharply from Mohammed Abbas. Beat Josh Davey on the inside edge and beat Joe Clark to his left down to the fine leg boundary. So there is a little bit in this pitch for the new ball as Abbas is in and bowls to Gregory, who plays that firmly into the onside.
One of our regulars, T, is obviously watching from home today and is watching the pictures. Dave had a good old look at that first ball, and he's rewound it and replayed it a few times. All of the leg stump was exposed on impact. It was a very dodgy call. The umpire just walked away without looking. In his opinion, Lewis Gregory, very fortunate first ball of this innings. But
I wouldn't disagree with that.
You get some, you don't get some. But thank you, T, for your contributions as always.
Here's a pass into Gregory, this time forward in defence. It was, well, as I said at the time, umpire's call. It was probably clipping leg stump. But, well, we've got leg slip, a sort of second slip in a conventional position, then an advanced third slip for Abbas to Gregory, who turns this away into the onside, down to Brett Hutton at long leg for a single. 9 for no wicket. Somerset. Desperate these two will be to get the innings off to a good start.
For Archie Vaughan in the Somerset side, read Calvin Harrison for Notts. He's already turning his arms over in expectation, getting himself ready for a bowl later.
Abbas to Davey, who prods at a ball outside his off stump. That's almost exactly how he got out in the first innings. It's a carbon copy of the stroke that he played. This time it didn't take the outside edge, but can't have been very far away.
No, we saw Vaughan always looking as if he was about to be asked to bowl by his skipper, always warming up. Calvin Harrison a little bit like that as well. But he may have a good role to play today, Harrison.
He may well. But for the moment, it's Mohammed Abbas that his Somerset opening batsmen have got to contend with. And Davey just plays that with a dead bat into the onside. 9 without loss. Tony Hardwick on Twitter says perhaps the Kookaburra ball should have a place in the Somerset Cricket Museum. I think that's a very fair point. I wonder if we can get hold of it. 159.2 overs it survived. And he also says special mention in dispatches and thanks to you and all the communications and TV production team for keeping the entertainment and information levels high, even if the cricket wasn't over-inspiring. Thank you very much indeed, Tony. Much appreciated.
Yeah, very much so. Thank you, Tony. 9 without loss, Somerset. As Brett Hutton about to start his second over, bowls, and Gregory pushes it back beyond the bowler, fielded by Hamid. So Josh Davey off the mark again. He's 2 not out, so he keeps that streak going, Anthony, of not having had a duck.
Indeed, yep.
62,
62, I think now.
Both openers right-handers. Lewis Gregory, the Somerset skipper, on strike again. He advances well out of his crease just to turn it up to Pennington at mid-on. Pennington, as in the first innings, being made to operate as first choice, presumably, behind Mohammed Abbas and Brett Hutton. Hutton, who got a first baller this morning, actually chipping it straight back to Josh Davey. So maybe roles will be reversed in this passage of play, but he's bowling to Gregory again, and the former Trent Rockets skipper advances out of his crease to push it back to Brett Hutton. No run.
He's got a very good correct technique. Lewis Gregory plays very straight, and as indeed does Josh Davey. So even though they are a makeshift opening pair, they've got the right sort of attributes to open the innings. So group of spectators wanders between the scoreboard and the building site. They've now stopped, but one of them's ducked back out of sight.
Hutton bowls.
This
Now
is in the air, just to the right of the diving short extra cover. Lyndon James there, wasn't very far away from him. He's a tall man, flung himself to his right, and ball reached the boundary, but it wasn't at all a convincing shot from Lewis Gregory. Brings him 4 runs, 13 for no wicket.
He's in fairly close, Lyndon James, isn't he? And that's for the one that does stop and pop on the batter and just about carries. That one was hit firmly, though.
Is Hutton? No, this is much better from Gregory. That's a half volley from Brett Hutton and driven away through extra cover by Lewis Gregory for 4 runs, 17 without loss.
Yeah, that would have felt nice out of the middle of the bat.
How did I come to be commentating on Brett Hutton when I started Mohammed Abbas? Sorry. Oh well, we'll change ends, shall we? You do Mohammed Abbas.
This is a filthy, filthy cloud that's above us right now. Hopefully it's going to blow away from the ground.
Here's Hutton, last ball of the over, in bowls to Gregory, who comes again right forward and just plays that back up the pitch. End of that over, 17 without loss. 2 overs from Mohammed Abbas for 3 runs and 2 overs from Brett Hutton for 8 runs, and the other 6 runs, a bye and 5 leg byes.
Test match, India 224 all out, losing those last 4 wickets for 12 runs this morning. England in reply 36 without loss. Crawley 16, Duckett 15. Division 1 of the County Championship, the matches still going on. This morning Warwickshire were bowled out for 485 at Chelmsford. Essex, they'd avoided the follow-on, so I don't know how they're going to manufacture something there. Essex 26 for 1 in their second innings, leading by 143. There is Abbas with an attacking field around Josh Davey. Bowls now, and Davey turns it to leg and will get off strike as Haynes goes after it and fields. 18 without loss. At New Road, lost a lot of play due to rain over the last couple of days there, but underway on day 3. Hampshire 187 for 3, leading Worcestershire by 2-3-1. Again, you wonder how they can get a result there, unless Hampshire push on this morning and put Worcestershire under pressure. Scarborough, where Mike Unwin from the Somerset Cricket Museum has been for the last couple of days. Sussex in real danger of losing before lunch there. They're 143 for 7 in their second innings, still 180 behind. Bass bowls. Gregory will open the face and run this down for another boundary, down to third man. His third boundary, and he's already up to 13. 22 without loss. Nicely played. Too much width from Mohammed Abbas. Division 2, still no play at Cheltenham. You must fear for that one getting back underway. They were totally washed out yesterday in the match between Gloucestershire and Middlesex, which isn't very advanced at all. At Old Trafford, really big day between second place in Division 2 Glamorgan, third place Lancashire. Lancashire 226 for 5. Still requiring a further 247, but it's raining. Bass bowls. Gregory again drives down the ground. Hamid just about got a fingernail on it, but it will run away from him. Be very close to the rope. It is overhauled by the chasing fielder, and they'll get 2. So some real positive intent over the last 10 balls or so from Somerset, in particular Lewis Gregory, who's gone on to 15, 24 without loss. And at Wantage Road, Northants Derbyshire second innings 52 for 4, and they're off there as well. Derbyshire 52 for 4, trailing Northants by 121, so I would imagine Derbyshire quite happy to be sat in the changing rooms. Abbas in bowls. 3 slips for Gregory on this occasion, and again solidly behind it, works it up to.
It's a really attacking field that Notts have posted, isn't it? Three slips, forward short leg, 2 short mid wickets and a short extra cover. So all but 2 of the Notts fielders in catching positions.
Yeah, you could just looking at the fielder out on the boundary. It's Matthew Montgomery again on as a sub fielder. Bass bowls bouncer, Had Gregory looked to take it on, might have brought Montgomery into play, but he didn't. He bobbed underneath it. I think it's Dylan Pennington off the field at the moment. Not entirely sure if these days they go off the field to put their bowling boots on or not. I'm sure he hasn't done that, but very early in the innings to have a little comfort break for Dylan Pennington. Joe Clark keeping gloves for this game. Carl Verreynne back in South Africa, continuing celebrations following the South Africans winning the World Test Championship. It's a good delivery from Abbas, might have been a little bit quicker, just nipped away, and Davey did well not to edge it. Pennington back on the field then. Montgomery returns to the dressing room. Yeah, they love a celebration, the South Africans. Of course, they defeated Australia at Lord's in the World Test Championship, and then they
having hardly played any Test cricket in the last 3 years.
Exactly. Then they headed off to Zimbabwe for that tour, a successful tour. So they've just returned home now for some celebrations, some, I guess, meetings with the country's hierarchy, and Carl Verreynne and everyone else requested to return, so he's not available for this match, but is scheduled to come back for the 3 matches in September, the Notts and South Africa wicketkeeper.
Yes, they won it on sort of percentages of wins.
Well, they got through to the final, didn't they? They won the final fair and square.
Yeah, it was getting through to the final. That was takes Davey on the pads, and Rob Bailey unmoved. And back in the old days, the county championship used to be calculated on that sort of basis as well, when in the days when counties didn't play consistent number of games. We're talking now going back around about the First World War. They've tried every conceivable variety of ways of settling the county championship over the decades. As Hutton is in and bowls, and mixture of bat and pad.
I don't think in those days they would have factored in the strength of the opposition, which they try and do now in with the World Test Championship. Clearly, if you beat India 3-0, you're going to get more points than if you were to beat Zimbabwe 3-0, etc. Sorry to pick on Zimbabwe.
Yeah. Hutton in bowls, and a solid forward defensive shot from Josh Davey. Well, there's very definite jeopardy out there at the moment. Lots of excitement from the Nottinghamshire close fielders, and that means most of them. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in catching positions. As Hutton comes bustling in, bowls to Davey, who plays an unwise pull shot, which comes off the toe of his bat, judging by the way he's looking at it now, and fortunately for him went straight down, but there are 2 short mid-wickets waiting for a miscued pull shot. Landed just short of the left-handed, the left of the 2 short mid-wickets. As Hutton is in again, and this time Davey plays that into the offside, and Lyndon James picks up at short extra cover. Fine Ahmed down to our left, just having a chat with Mohammed Abbas, who's fielding down at long leg, giving him what looks like an energy drink, judging by the colour of it. Two fairly widely spaced slips, as this is whipped away through the onside for 4 runs. Nice shot from Josh Davey, over pitch from Brett Hutton. And that fairly raced across the outfield, and Farhan Ahmed is going to retrieve it. 28 without loss after 6 overs.
Yeah, I was going to say Mohammed Abbas wasn't all that interested in running off the field in the direction of the hover cover to go and fetch it back. Do us a favour, Farhan, just go and field it. Bass is wandering in to begin his 4th over. None for 10. His figures so far. Brett Hutton none for 12. 28 without loss. So pressure being applied by Asiba Mead in terms of his field settings.
Good stuff, I think.
Just getting a little funkier on the leg side with Brett Hutton in there at a silly mid-on catching. Here's Hutton bowls now. Bouncer goes over the Abassi, I beg your pardon, goes over the shoulder of Lewis Gregory, who was crouching down. This morning, Patterson White out for 48. Brett Hutton without scoring. Dylan Pennington for 7, and last to go was Calvin Harrison for 31, leaving Mo Abbas yet again unbeaten, not out 2. Takes his Nottinghamshire average up to 16. 16 runs scored, only out once. He's in, past umpire Burns, balls well left by Lewis Gregory, bailed out at the last second as it goes through to the keeper. 85 overs were left in the day when Somerset began their second innings. Strongly suspect we won't get anywhere near that many.
Well, they'll probably need to bat for about 65 overs, won't they?
Yeah. Depending on how quickly they score. With these attacking fields, there is the opportunity to get some boundaries, put back to ball. Like that, as squared up Lewis Gregory, gets it off the shoulder of the bat again down towards third, and Freddie McCann's after it. They'll settle for 2. I think if it was a big run chase in progress, they'd have comfortably made a third there. Freddie had a lot of work to do once he'd reached the ball down in the distance to get it back in on time, but they settled for 2 runs, 30 without loss, and this will just calm any withering nerves in the Somerset dressing room here. This is a comfortable start with already the openers going well way past the situation that Somerset found themselves in the first innings when they were 25 for 3. They're 30 for none.
Could easily have been 0 for 1 though. The very first ball of the innings, a borderline LBW decision going Lewis Gregory's way.
Bass, after a word from his captain, kicks off and bowls drop down on the leg side by Lewis Gregory. Slater's in there at short leg, sniffing around for...
It's in the air for a time.
Yeah, anything that might just carry to him. It didn't quite.
Light's improving a bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even though there are heavy grey clouds overhead. It's not as gloomy as it was when we started playing at 11 o'clock.
Imagine it was mid-September rather than the 1st of August. There's something of a hold up here with I just wonder if Josh Davies' hand is giving him more trouble and he's perhaps been advised. Well, he's not been advised to go off, but I think he's waiting for the physio to come and attend to him.
He's taken his gloves off and he's wiping his hands together. It's not the physio, it's Alfie Ogborn who's coming on.
He's maybe bringing a drink out for Lewis Gregory, but I think it's Josh Davey who's asked for some more treatment, has he?
No sign of Laura Holmes, who's the
no
physio.
Just fancy a drink.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure your physio brought him a tablet or 2 out. Maybe it's just got stuck in the back of the throat. Sometimes it happens. And just wanted a drink just to flush it down, get it going around the system. Odd. 4 balls into an over, just to have a drinks break, but I don't think anybody's going to get particularly uppity about it. He's clearly been struck on the hand and he's in a little bit of discomfort. We're ready to go again with a Bass bowling to Gregory. Oh, turns it to leg and struck Ben Slater, and I suspect it struck him on the pad.
Yeah, it did.
Or inside of the leg, maybe, on the full. They're just checking on Ben Slater, actually, that he's okay. He's flexing the
side of his knee,
a bit,
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Painful, of course, it hurts if it hits you there. Ooh.
I wonder if it was a little bit higher than the knee, judging by what we've just seen on the replay. I think it was on the full, Anthony, if we get a chance to have a look at that again.
Yeah, yeah.
So Gregory on 17. Might have been spared one there that just didn't stick in the... Well, it didn't reach the hands of Slater. No. Next one's pushed into the offside. End of the 7th over. Somerset's 30 without loss, trailing by 76. We're going to see a replay now, and yeah, it went through the hands and struck him amidships. And Lewis Gregory, you're unlucky if you caught hitting one as hard as that to square leg, but certainly if you don't play it down, you run the risk. We're going to get some Dylan Pennington.
Here's one for you, Dave, on Twitter from World Shut Your Mouth. It says, Somerset have been fortunate that Notts missed a trick this morning. With the overheads and the lights on, they should have declared overnight. They're serious about chasing down Surrey. Thoughts?
What were they in front? 73. Didn't seem as if there was the necessary intent this morning to, let's see if we can add a quick 50 apart from Calvin Harrison. Yeah, it could have been the way forward, but they did extend the lead into 3 figures.
Right, we got Dylan Pennington to bowl his first over of the innings from the Stuart Broad end. He's in bowls, and this is, well, if there'd been 2 short mid-wickets in there instead of just the one now, that would have gone to the straighter of the 2 of them. But Seeper Mead has just moved one of those short mid-wickets out. But it was it's in the air from Josh Davey. Again, suggestions that just maybe the odd ball is sticking in the pitch. Pennington into Davey. This again is in the air past Ben Slater at forward short leg. It's going to be cut off just inside the deep square leg boundary by Mohammed Abbas. They take 2 runs.
He's got a fairly good idea this morning, Ben Slater, of what a coconut feels like on a coconut shy.
Again, though, came pretty much off the middle of the bat.
Yep.
You're not going to catch very many of those at forward short leg.
Well, you might catch one where you don't want to catch one there.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of not letting the openers have more than 10 minutes. Declaring overnight and them being able to go out at the start of play. It's a little different to just having to rush off and stick the pads on quickly.
Pennington bowls and Davey defends, and we do now have 2 catching short mid-wickets. That Notts doing much sort of thing that Somerset were doing in the Notts innings, where they would close the stable door after the horse had bolted. 32 for no wickets, 74 is the deficit for Somerset. And this is in the air and just short of Calvin, not Calvin Harrison. It's McCann, Freddie McCann, that almost paying off there. Just taking it on the half volley, didn't claim the catch, but it was very, very nearly a catch. He'll probably move just half a yard closer. Yes, he just has. He just has. Well, Josh Davey waits. Pennington bowls, and he's beaten on the outside edge through to Joe Clark. Just watching the replay, I don't think that deviated particularly. I think Davey just played down the wrong line. Probably disconcerted by the previous delivery.
Didn't quite reach him as we saw with the naked eye, but really good effort from McCann. Never easy throwing yourself forward, trying to scoop the ball up. You can damage a finger either on the ground or on the ball.
Last ball of the over as Pennington is into Davey, and he's caught at second slip by Calvin Harrison, and that's the first Somerset wicket to go down. Josh Davey caught Harrison, bowled Pennington for 9. It's 32 for 1.
It's a really good catch as well, wasn't it, from Calvin Harrison, who's made second slip very much a speciality of his. Diving each way to take really good catches over the last couple of seasons. That's a tremendous effort from him. Pennington's extra pace generating that little bit of bounce, and Josh Davey just fancy playing slightly away from his body. We'll just have a little look at that. Not too much, but unable to control it, unable to play it down, and a good catch from Harrison. So the breakthrough comes for Nottinghamshire at the end of the 8th over. Somerset are still 74 away from making Notts bat again. Important, I think, for Nottinghamshire and maybe even the crowd for a wicket or two to go down before lunch, just to maintain the little bit of belief, if there is any, in the ground that Notts are able to turn this round. Tom Lammonby on his way out to the middle. Was Lammonby also one of those that got naught at the start of the Somerset first innings? He was, so he's on a pair, the left-hander. He'll be at the non-striker's end though, so that was the end of the over. 32 for 1.
Yes, and I'm not sure how long Somerset are going to persevere with the experiment, if that's what it is, of using Josh Davey as an opening bat. But don't think it's really working out. They need to find a permanent solution to their opening batting problem, and I don't think that will involve Josh Davey.
He's had a fairly full morning, Josh Davey. Opened the bowling, got a couple of wickets this morning. Caught and bowled Brett Hutton, and then got Calvin Harrison out. Well, Harrison has exacted a modicum of revenge with a wonderful catch. It's now going to be Mo Abbas, Dave Bracegirdle and Anthony Gibson. It's Abbas bowling to Gregory. And, lets this one just strike him on the pads and drop down in front of him. It remains 32 for 1.
Still got this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Notts fielders in catching position.
Can't really ever see that being relaxed through the day. If Notts are to have a chance, they've got to bowl Somerset out. They've got to have attacking fields. There's Abbas in once more, and another one. Gregory playing loosely, a little waft away from his body, and he's nicked it inside edge, I think, through to Joe Clark. Decent enough catch for the wicket-keeper. Got his feet moving in the right direction straight away to take it down to leg. And Gregory's out for 17. Caught Clark, bowled Abbas. 2 wickets go down on 32. Farhan Ahmed has only just got off the field with the drinks from the last wicket, and now he's rushing out there to give them another drink. Tom Lammonby's yet to face a ball, and already he's going to have a new partner. 32 for 2.
Well, captain not setting a good example, I think it would be fair to say there. It's going for an expansive drive to a perfectly... trying to drive Mohamed Abbas on the up through the covers. And nowhere near the pitch of it. Inside edge, good catch by Joe Clark, second wicket. And, well... we have said that Somerset's batting is a bit collapse prone. They need a good solid partnership between their 2 most prolific run scorers in this season's county championship, Tom Lammonby and James Rue.
Yes, it's Rue on the back of his 166 in the first innings, now out there at number 4. Made 162 of those on the first day. Looked $1 million. Made only 4 before falling on the second morning. 6 wickets have gone down this morning. 4 to the very, very, very old ball and 2 to the new ball. With Nottinghamshire still in front by 74 runs. James Rue taking guard from umpire Burns. Keith Havers, Notts fielding has been outstanding this season. I'd go along with that, Keith. If set a fairly high standard throughout. Good catch from Harrison, who we know is a fabulous fielder. And Joe Clark has proven himself to be a more than capable deputy, filling in for Verena in this game. So Rue on strike. Here is Abbas. Bowls to the left-hander, who's solidly behind his first delivery. Pushes it up to Hamid at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yes, Somerset can do without giving wickets away. That was very much the case with the Lewis Gregory dismissal.
England's openers, as they usually do, rattling along. 76 without loss. Crawley 38, Duckett 37. Test match at the Oval. Passing once more. Rue will get off the mark here, turning it wide of Slater at short leg out into the deep. Dylan Pennington will run round, and they contemplated coming back for a third and decided against it. Strong arm. Pennington from the deep. So Rue is away with a couple, 34 for 2.
That takes his championship tally to 3,000 championship runs. He's the youngest player to achieve that landmark since Graham Hick back in 1987.
Congratulations to fabulous young player. Bass bowls, and this is mistimed up to Hamid at mid-off, no run.
That's a Steve Pittard stat. The last Englishman younger than Rue was Nottinghamshire's Paul Johnson, who was 21 years and 129 days old when he reached his 3,000 championship runs in 1986.
My word. Nice to hear a stat relating to our old mucker, now very much part of the Leicestershire Academy. Looks after all their young talent. Doing a great job. Rue lets this one from Abbas go through to the wicket-keeper Clark, and the end of the over, Mohamed Abbas 5 overs, 1 for 14. Dylan Pennington just bowled the 1 over after taking over from Brett Hutton. He has figures of 1 for 2. Somerset 34 for 2. They started this innings at 106 behind. They lost Josh Davey, caught by Calvin Harrison from the bowling of Dylan Pennington for 9. That was 32 for 1. At the end of the 8th over and the second ball of the 9th over, Lewis Gregory caught by Joe Clark from the bowling of Mohamed Abbas for 17. Also the score on 32.
James Rue is 21 years and I think 202 days old. Graham Hick was 21 years and 7 days old, and Paul Johnson 21 years 129 days when he's reached 3,000 championship runs. So and back in 2018, I think it was, Dave, we had Paul Johnson working with us, didn't we, for the this equivalent fixture?
Yeah, he used to do quite a bit, actually. Always did the T20 Blast commentaries and did 1 or 2 championship games that year, but then I think it was the year after that Paul Nixon took him on to run the Leicestershire Academy, and it's been there ever since.
Pennington in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Lammonby. Asib Hamid is in pursuit, puts the slide in, loses his sunglasses and floppy white sun hat. Almost goes without saying. They come back for 2 runs. Lammonby off the mark, so he's off his pair. 36 for 2.
Playing at Canterbury, Kent and Leicestershire, Ben Compton 147 not out, which means he's gone past Asib Hamid. Ben Compton is now the country's leading run scorer. Hamid is top of Division 1, but overall Ben Compton leading run scorer.
Pennington to Lammonby, who plays that defensively into the offside. We've got 2 slips, a gully, or almost 2. Well, we've got a short point. Lyndon James standing there.
Apart from Sibley and I beg your pardon, apart from Compton and Mead, Live, Sibley and Safe Zabe are the other players to pass 1,000 so far.
Pennington into Lammonby, gets on top of the bounce and plays it into the offside. It's fielded by Brett Hutton. There's no run.
Have you checked to see if Dave from Cork's okay?
Haven't heard from him recently.
Just a 53-year-old. I've been here for every ball of the match. The issue is going to be what the ball will do or what it will stop doing once it's about 18 or 19 overs old.
Here's Pennington round the wicket to the left-handed Lammonby.
I watched Dylan Pennington there feeling that ball, and I'm sure subconsciously or unconsciously he was right on a length as he fielded the ball with his feet there, right in the middle. I'm sure Rob Bailey would be all over it if he suspected it was anything other than accidental fielding.
Here's Pennington racing in. He's there, bowls, and this is nicely played by Lammonby. Just over pitched, it won't go to the boundary. They'll come back for 2 runs. As the throw comes in from Jack Haynes. 38 for 2, the 2 being the Somerset openers, Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory, who fell in consecutive overs. Davey to Pennington and Gregory to Mohammed Abbas, playing a very loose shot, very ill-judged shot. Pennington in. Oh, and this is in the air off a leading edge between gully and point. Could so easily have gone to hand. They're coming back for the 3rd run and they get there successfully, but goodness me, that was an anxious moment for Tom Lammonby and for Somerset. 41 for 2 at the end of that Pennington over. Lammonby survives, he's on 7. James Rue on 2.
That was a narrow squeak. Replay on the monitors in front of us and not in control, and there was a lot of hands on heads. Producer Aaron says it's happening, Dave, it's happening. Well, whether it continues to happen for Nottinghamshire will I guess depend on what the bowlers can get out of it. Will there be something in it on day 4 for the spinners? I think it's unlikely, but might just be scoreboard pressure, might just be the attacking fields from Hamid if he continues to have everybody round the bat. 8 mistakes, that's all Somerset can make, as Andy Pick would say when he was here, the former Notts bowling coach. Can only make 8 more mistakes, Dave, and they're out. There's Abbas trying to bring about the first of them, bowling to Lammonby, who's on 7. No mistake there as he turns it to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
It's almost an umbrella field now, isn't it?
Yeah. Different mindset, of course. On the last day when you're pressing for wickets, or conversely, you're the other side that are desperate not to lose your wicket. You know, you've not got 2 or 3 or 4 days stretching ahead of you in which to recover any mistakes. Mead's getting even closer on the offside from mid-off. He's in at silly mid-off. It's a lovely shot through the offside by Lammonby, and he held the pose for any photographers on the ground there. Glorious stroke through the covers for 4.
Yeah, just a little bit over-pitched from Mohammed Abbas.
Very nice indeed.
Lovely shot if it goes through the covers for 4. Doesn't look quite so good if it nicked off to second slip.
No. Ball has been fetched back by Jack Haynes. 2 slips of gully, point, short extra cover, silly mid-off, short leg, short mid-wicket. This is played towards mid-on. Brett Hutton having to run from that shortish mid-wicket. He was almost daring them to take a single, and between you and me, they'd have got a single.
I think they probably would.
Brett did well to make it sort of look as if he was kidding them along. Come on, I can't reach the ball, you can get a single, but I don't think he could actually reach the ball from where he was.
Just one Nottinghamshire fielder not in a catching position.
Yeah, Pennington a million miles away. As this is blocked back to the bowler. He's down at long leg in front of the Hound Road stand. Still warmish out there. Pennington's popped his not fleecy top on the outfield over the boundary edge. Still very cloudy and still a genuine need for the floodlights to be on. It'll be very gloomy without. We're into August, folks. High summer in Nottingham. Bass bowls down the leg side. A little bit of a swish from Lammonby. I'm not sure if it was a swish at the board or he swished once he knew it had gone safely past him, but either way, it harmlessly goes through to Clark. Next Nottinghamshire cricket is on Tuesday when they start the Metrobank 50 over competition at Welbeck against Essex. Anthony already having a look because he knows what the next question is I'm going to throw towards him as Somerset begin their campaign. He'll know in a moment where they kick off and when. Lammonby on 11. Gregory made 17. Bouncer pulled away for 4. Just sat up. Not quite got the pace of one or two of the Somerset bowlers, or indeed Dylan Pennington, to bowl half trackers on here, and that was pulled away for 4, 49 for 2.
Somerset kick off on Wednesday at Radlett against Middlesex. And it'll be a very different looking Somerset side to the one that took the field in this game. 57 now the deficit. 14 minutes to go before the lunch interval, and very important one feels for these two still to be together at lunch. Somerset have got plenty of batting still to come, but wickets can be infectious. Pennington in and bowls, and this is turned down to long leg by Rue, just for, in fact it's off his pad to leg by. 50's on the board for Somerset, 50 for 2. So they're nearly halfway to erasing the deficit of 106 on first innings. 2 slips of gully. Point has just retreated a few yards. Pennington in and bowls, and Lammonby again gets on top of the bounce. Plays that back up the pitch. So Lyndon James was walking in there, so not technically in a catching position. We've got a short extra cover who is. Brett Hutton is at more or less a conventional mid-off position, forward short leg, and Hasib Hamid at a shortish mid-wicket with Mohammed Abbas down at long leg. Pennington to Lammonby, who wristily plays this back up the onside of the pitch. He's got to be a little bit careful, Lammonby, in turning his wrists in playing that defensive shot. It was that produced the leading edge that flew between point and gully in Pennington's last over.
Duckett out, caught behind in the test match for 43. England 92 for 1 after India bowled out for 2-2-4.
Patterson White just doing a couple of stretches. This is driven nicely, handsomely by Tom Lammonby. Straight drive up to the boundary in front of the Batman scoreboard. Over pitch from Pennington. Lammonby moves on to 19 from 15 deliveries, 54 for 2, and Somerset now more than halfway to erasing the deficit.
Just wonder if Hampshire will look to try and force a victory at New Road. They're 219 for 5. They lead Worcestershire by 263, but they've not been scoring particularly quickly this morning. Might just want to throw a carrot down. Worcestershire 263 behind.
Pennington in and bowls, and Lammonby plays that defensively into the onside. Well, I would have thought Worcestershire might be inclined to have a go. I mean, they need points, don't they?
Very much so. They've started at Old Trafford after we lost the first hour and a half of day 4 there, Lancashire Glamorgan, and play has begun with a wicket. Night watchman Tom Bailey has been dismissed, so Lancashire 265 for 6. Glamorgan need 4 wickets.
Pennington to Lammonby, who again just pushes this gently, really, but beautiful timing. It's not quite going to reach the boundary as Hamid puts in the slide. They come back for the third run. No more than a firm push there from Tom Lammonby, but brings him 3 runs. It moves on to 22, 57 for 2 at the end of that over, and we are indeed going to get some spin from Liam Patterson White.
Yeah, that's been a profitable scoring area for Tom Lammonby. The pads being brought out now are for Jack Haynes. Already had Ben Slater padded up for a stint at short leg for the quicks. Now Jack Haynes will join him in there for the spin. There's going to be LPW to begin with, Liam Patterson White. Wouldn't surprise me at all if Calvin Harrison doesn't have an over at least before lunch as well. It's 10 to 1, lunch at 1 o'clock today, conventional interval time, so we'll have tea at 20 to 4. 96 over day. Can not strike again for the 3rd time before lunch. We've had 6 wickets this morning. I suspect there hasn't been many days where we've had 6 wickets in this match. It was 338 for 4 at the end of day 1. So 6 wickets in a session. This is uncharted territory, really. The last 4 wickets of Nottinghamshire's first innings, and already Somerset's openers back in the makeshift dressing room down below us. I understand they're very nice. I've not been in there, but I understand they've really done the players proud with the redevelopments of that area as well. Here's Patterson White, and immediately getting on the front foot is Lammonby, who was looking to get well forward, well out of his crease there, and there'll have been 1 or 2 eyebrows slightly raised at the sight of him coming out of his crease to the first ball he faced from Patterson White, who's in again and bowls. And this time he goes very deep, and he's missed it. The ball has missed the stumps, and Joe Clark hasn't got anything on it as well. It'll go down as 4 byes, but it was nearly clean bowled.
Don't know what he thought he was doing there, Tom Lammonby.
Must have been fairly close. It's usually a telltale sign when it goes straight through the keeper for 4 byes that clearly Joe Clark thought he'd bowled him. Must have done. 61 for 2, but useful runs nonetheless. But 2 interesting deliveries to begin with for Liam Patterson White. 3 round the bat. Next ball is hit back to the bowler, who gets enough on it to take any pace out of it, and deflected it to Moa Bassett mid-on. Somerset still trail by 45. Floodlights on, cloudy morning. Patterson White bowls, hit into the offside. There'll be a single. Freddie McCann will field. 62 for 2. Lammonby certainly looking to take the bowlers on. He's on 23 from 21 faced. James Rue has just made his way to 2 so far. Only seen 5 deliveries. Taps his bat and then defends against the slow left arm spinner of Nottinghamshire, who was first out this morning for 48. Just chipped Jake Ball into the hands of Jack Leach at mid-wicket. Fairly simple offering. It's in again and bowls, and this is hit through the offside for 4 by James Rue. Fine margins, but just too much width on that one, and Rue quickly onto it. He's in such good touch, he wasn't going to miss out there. He moves to 6, 66 for 2, and we're now 7 minutes away from lunch.
Yeah, Liam Patterson-White's got some rough to aim at outside the left-handers off stump. Both of these, of course, left-handers. So even though he's turning the ball into the left-handers, he's got something to work with there. But we're going to have another over from Dylan Pennington from the Stuart Broad end, so no Calvin Harrison with his leg breaks just yet. I suspect we will see him probably sooner rather than later. It's going to be Pennington to Lammonby.
2 overs left then, 1 from the paceman and 1 from the spinner.
2 slips and a gully as Pennington is into Lammonby. Plays that with a nice straight defensive bat, picked up by Jack Haynes at short extra cover. Short extra cover, short mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, more or less in their normal positions. So not quite as attacking as it was half an hour or so ago.
I suspect it's the first time in this match the board has said current run rate 5 point something.
Pennington in and bowls to Lammonby outside the off stump, and lifts his bat out of the way of that. Ball now in its 14th over, so we'll be losing some of its hardness.
But as we've seen, they last forever.
They do. 159.2 overs. Pennington then to Lammonby, and just lets this run off the face of his bat down into the gully where it's fielded by Freddie McCann.
Pennington, the quickest of the Notts bowlers on show.
Quickest in the game. Yeah, he's quicker than Pretorius, I would say. Who's probably the quickest of the Somerset bowlers. There wouldn't be much to choose between Pretorius and Craig Overton. Very similar types of seam bowler. Here's Pennington racing in bowls outside the off stump. All that effort, and it's a couple of feet wide of the off stump, and no need for Tom Lammonby to have anything to do with that.
Tend to happen very quickly down at the striker's end. Then when you've got a bowler of Pennington's pace, you can just suddenly be hurried. An inside edge might be the last thing you're aware of as it clatters into the stumps.
Tries again. Is there bowls, and again Lammonby just comes calmly forward as if it's the easiest thing in the world. He's having a very good season, is Tom Lammonby. He got a duck in the first innings, but that's been the exception rather than the rule. 724 runs before this game. Leading run scorer for Somerset, averaging just over 40 in the county championship. Stands there with his bat raised as Pennington is in and bowls, and he drives this to Hamid, and irritated with himself at hitting it straight to the fielder. 66 for 2. 23 to Lammonby, 6 to Rue, and the deficit now 40 runs.
Clock showing 2 minutes to 1, so we'll have the 15th and final over in the Somerset second innings of this session to be bowled by Liam Patterson-White. I think if you'd offered Notts 2 wickets in 15 overs, they'd have bitten your hand off, but they'd be greedy. They'd be greedy for a third if they can get it. Patterson-White bowling to Rue, who pushes the first of the 6 deliveries into the offside, fielded by Jack Haynes, with the protective pads clearly visible under his flannels. This morning, Patterson-White caught Leach, bowled ball 48. Next delivery, a reverse sweep. Mo Abbas at full stretch, diving away there. Can't, beg your pardon, it's Brett Hutton out there diving full stretch for the second time this morning. Bit of a dive from Brett Hutton, couldn't get it.
Not sure it's quite the moment for the reverse sweep with the last over before lunch.
It was effective though. Takes Rue to 10, 70 for 2.
Oh.
Patterson-White in to bowl the third ball, drops it down on the leg side, and there's no run. Patterson-White caught Leach, ball 48. That was 514 for 7. Brett Hutton caught and bowled Josh Davey for 0, 521 for 8. Patterson-White bowls again and strikes Rue on the pad, nothing doing. The 9th Nottinghamshire first innings wicket to go down was Dylan Pennington, comprehensively cleaned up by Jake Ball. He uprooted the middle stump. Pennington out for 7, 542 for 9. Patterson-White bowls again. Rue turns it to leg and will get a single. 71 for 2, and the last wicket was that of Calvin Harrison, caught by Jack Leach from the bowling of Josh Davey for 31. 544 all out. There's a first innings lead of 106 for Notts. And when Somerset batted for a second time, they had 85 overs to face. Patterson-White bowls and Lammonby, another single pushed into the offside to end the session. Josh Davey caught Harrison at second slip, bowled Pennington for 9. Lewis Gregory caught behind by Joe Clark, bowled Abbas for 17. At lunch, Tom Lammonby 24 not out, James Rue 11 not out. Somerset has 72 for 2, which means they still trail by 34, and there are 70 overs remaining in the day.
And from a Somerset perspective, a reassuring partnership so far between Rue and Lammonby. They've actually added 40 together from just 40 deliveries, taking advantage of the very attacking fields that have been set by Nottinghamshire, who must take 10 Somerset wickets if they're going to win this game of cricket. Somerset have another 50 or so overs if they're going to get out of this with a draw.
Thank you, Anthony. Enjoy your lunch, everybody. The players will return in 40 minutes time, and when they do so will the commentary, and be an update for those of you listening for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a moment. Somerset 72 for 2 at lunch. Lammonby's 24 not out. James Rue on 11 wickets there for Mo Abbas and Dylan Pennington. Thanks. Cheers. And welcome back to Trent Bridge, everybody, for the penultimate act, the 11th session of 12 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between hosts Nottinghamshire and visitors Somerset, with Somerset having started their second innings just around about 70 minutes or so before lunch, and they've reached the interval on 72 for 2. That means they're still 34 behind Nottinghamshire. This morning were bowled out for 544, losing their last 4 wickets this morning for just 33 runs. Patterson White 48, Harrison 31, Houghton without scoring, and Pennington for 7, the wickets to fall. And then Somerset lost their openers, Lewis Gregory for 17 after Josh Davey had gone for 9. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, Anthony Gibson alongside, and I don't think seriously anybody can believe that there'll be anything to come from this game other than a draw. Yet I guess, you know, everybody's been in your seat, if you like. You just don't want to think it, but you've seen it in the past.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. Somerset's batting tends to collapse in the first innings, though, rather than the second innings. They're a good second innings batting side, he says, tempting Providence. Looks like we're going to have some leg spin to kick off the afternoon. And I went out and had a look at the pitch during the lunch interval. There is a bit of rough outside the left-hander's off stump for Calvin Harrison to aim at. His leg breaks will be turning into the left-handers and the googly away from them.
He's not gone overly attacking, has he? Haseeb giving him plenty of protection here.
It's almost as if he's concerned about the scoring rate, which is 4.8 runs and over at the moment.
Keep them behind for as long as possible. There's a boundary rider each side. There's a wideish long on.
Full toss.
First ball hit on the full, down to Lyndon James in the deep by Tom Lammonby. He moves on to 25. James Root has 11. So 2 left-handers out there. Here comes Calvin Harrison. Bowls and Root solidly behind it, pushes it back to the bowler.
Good option to have, a leg spinner.
Yeah.
When you need to take wickets, because they are wicket-taking bowlers, almost by definition.
Comes in once more and bowls a nice controlled push of the Root bat into the offside for a single. Didn't necessarily pull up any trees in the Somerset first innings with his bowling. Calvin Harrison.
He bowled a bit too short.
It's in again and bowls. And next one's hit back towards the bowler. And there's no run. 74 for 2. Harrison in again. This leg break delivery turns back into Lammonby. Dabs it out onto the leg side. Hamid again does the fielding and then picks up his personal effects.
Got himself in a right tangle there, did Haseeb Hamid. Sun's coming out.
On the reverse, oh, just out of reach of the diving fielder. Brett Hutton again throwing himself to the ground. We saw the Rue reverse before lunch, and this time it was the Lammonby reverse. It was out of the middle but uppish, and Brett Hutton was briefly interested, flung himself through the air like Superman but couldn't get there. 78 for 2.
Again, it wouldn't be. It looks good enough as it flies to the boundary. It wouldn't look very good if it ended up in the hands of Brett Hutton. Not sure that, reverse sweep is exactly the shot for these circumstances, but they do love to play it, these young cricketers. And wouldn't surprise me if James Rew tries it against Liam Patterson-White. But if he does, he will be hitting against the spin, which is another good reason not to play it. And also Notts have posted a short third man backward point for the Rew reverse sweep. Patterson-White is in and bowls, and Rew just eases this down to short fine leg. Short third man, I mean.
They were very attacking before lunch, Notts, weren't they?
They seem to have had a sort of second thought. Patterson-White in and bowls, and Rew shapes to sweep and then changes his mind and just plays it defensively into the offside, picked up by Harrison from slip and a short leg, catching short mid-wicket. Zeeb Hamid. Patterson-White in and bowls, and Rew is right forward, killing the spin. Lyndon James is the fielder at backward point, short third man. Patterson-White in bowls, a little bit shorter, and Rew plays this from the crease to Hamid at mid-wicket.
Game of patience for both sides at the moment.
Patterson-White's economical approach, full toss, which is driven pleasantly out to Brett Hutton, who's patrolling the to Dylan Pennington, I beg your pardon, who's patrolling the extra cover boundary. We've got two boundary riders at both sides, deep mid-wicket and deep extra cover, and this is just turned easily into the onside by Lammonby for a single. 80 for 2 at the end of that Patterson-White over. He's bowled 3 overs for 13. 13 to James Rew, 30 to Tom Lammonby.
Those Nottinghamshire supporters at lunchtime just chattering amongst themselves and hoping against hope. There's not been an awful lot over those first 2 overs to raise expectations. 8 runs coming, nothing particularly threatening from either end. The Lammonby reverse very nearly gifted a wicket. He's on strike now, and there's an LBW shout. They're asking Rob Bailey confidently.
It's quite a long way down.
Shouting there was Harrison. Yeah, that was my first
optimistic
thought as
shout,
well.
I think.
Never hurts to ask the umpire. There's Harrison again. Lammonby drives this time, puts back to ball with purpose out to Liam Patterson-White, who's 3/4 of the way back at a longish off position. It's not all the way back. It's difficult to fathom actually why he's there, because he's not saving one. Leg spinner from Calvin Harrison with lots of flight, and James Rew just blocks it really rather than pushes it back to the bowler. He did the intervention of Haynes just to throw it back to...
It's really quite a defensive
Harrison.
field now.
It is. Harrison again bowls, pushed away square of the wicket by Rew. There's Brett Hutton galloping after it. Single taken, 82 for 2, Somerset but trailed by 24.
I don't really understand it, because there are plenty of opportunities for singles. They need to take wickets.
Might just have been tempted myself just to give Pennington 3 or 4. Here's a reverse and away for 4 more. Nicely executed by Lammonby. That was much better than the previous one. And it just seems as if Somerset have started this session in much better fettle than Nottinghamshire have. with already 14 runs coming, and we've not yet had 3 overs. Might have given Pennington just a go on, give it your all for 10 or 15 or 20 minutes, and
The whole
see.
atmosphere of the game has changed, hasn't it? With Nottinghamshire were really on the hunt for wickets before lunch.
Ball fetched by Freddie McCann. We have to wait for him to come all the way back up to slip. Try and get the heartbeat back to something resembling normal, and there's turn on this one, and it's gone down the leg side. We'll have to wait and see if Rob Bailey indicates anything at all. No, clearly deflected off the face of the bat for a single. Mo Abbas returns it to the keeper. 87 for 2, so 15 from 3 overs from the spinners. It was that LBW shout, might have been outside the line as well. 87 for 2, and that's the 50 partnership brought up during the course of that over. Now added 55 from 58.
Now you see, if there'd been a leg slip for that last delivery,
Yeah,
it would have been a catch.
if he'd played that shot.
If he'd played that shot, true, but it was a slightly involuntary sort of shot because the ball did bounce and turn.
Yeah.
It's Patterson White in to bowl to Lammonby, who turns it into the onside. Won't get a run. Deficit now just 19. Not expecting a Somerset declaration to set Notts a target. This is driven pleasantly up to deepish mid-off, and it's just the single. 88 for 2.
Pleased for the Cheltenham Festival goers because they've started after lunch on day 4. Didn't get any play yesterday or this morning.
It's a big blow for Gloucestershire. That there's been a lot of talk about Cheltenham Festival and how much it costs to stage it. They really needed a good one. Patterson White in and bowls a quicker ball, which Rue plays defensively into the onside.
Not sure where they're going with that game. Middlesex made 445 and Gloucestershire are 77 for 1, so unlikely there'll be anything other than a draw.
Patterson White in a bowl sweep, and he misses the sweep. Does James Rue. Got his pad well outside the line of the off stump, so no possibility of an LBW.
Just won't mind that facet of the last 2 or 3 overs. They won't mind these two repeatedly taking the sweep on.
Goes through the reverse sweep, and that will go for 4 in the end. It was deflected by Lyndon James, and it was a question of whether Dylan Pennington would get across quickly enough to stop it going over the boundary rope. He did, but in trying to stop it, he helped it on its way. So 4 runs to James Rue, moves on to 18.92 for 2.
And 20 have been added already at the start of this session.
Patterson White going around the wicket. This is launched down the ground for 6 from James Rue. It takes him on to 24, 98 for 2, and Somerset now just 8 runs behind after a bit of a post-lunch blitz.
They've had a 66 from 64, this pair, supposedly under the cosh a little bit when they joined up. Both 0 from 0, it showed on the board as those 2 wickets, Davey and Gregory, went down in quick succession. But they've been really proactive, particularly since lunch, which was taken on 72 for 2 after 30. Oh, after 15
overs.
15 overs. Yeah, I've written 34 there alongside. That was the deficit, wasn't it? So we've had 4 overs and 26 runs. That's almost certainly derailed Nottinghamshire to a greater extent than they would have liked. And the field is pushed even further back by Asiba Mead.
I just don't get it. I really don't get it.
No. Lammonby's on 37. Calvin Harrison bowls to him. Again, he goes on the sweep, and again he makes a decent enough contact out to Mo Abbas, and Single is taken, 99 for 2. They've totally handed the initiative over to the batting side here, Notts.
Well, the batting is nothing if not enterprising, but whether it's entirely suited to the match situation, I'm not completely convinced.
Harrison floats it up there, Roo. Just drops it down in front of him. There was the first sounds of a little bit of animation. As if they thought it might have been bat and pad and it might pop up to Jack Haynes, but it didn't. Harrison in again, shorter delivery, just hurried on to James Rue.
I think the approach ought to be just to milk the singles here rather than go for these rather extravagant sweeps and reverse sweeps and hits down the ground.
You know yourself, Anthony. Some days you feel good.
Yeah.
This is pushed into the offside. Some days you see it big as a football and you think it's your day. You have the self-confidence and the belief as the 100 comes up with another push single to take down even the very best of bowlers, and it doesn't matter what wisdom or common sense would dictate, you're going to go after your shots. Somerset trail by one big blow. They're 6 behind, 100 for 2. Harrison bowling to Lammonby, and he's bowled. Well, pushing forward there, got between bat and pad and knocks back the off stump, and Anthony Gibson's word of caution might well have been heeded, but it wasn't, and we might have struggled to fathom out the Nottinghamshire tactics, but one way or another it's produced a wicket. 100 for 3, they're still 6 behind, only 7 wickets more required for Notts, but of course Somerset by then will be presumably well out of sight. Farhan Ahmed brings on the drinks. Tom Lammonby goes in the other direction, bowled for 38, faced 41 balls and hit 5 fours. Extraordinary little passage of play.
Well, to be fair to Tom Lammonby, he wasn't actually playing an aggressive shot there. He was just pushing out at a good ball from Harrison, and he just played a little bit loosely, and the ball came back between bat and pad, turning out of those bowler's footmarks I was talking about, back into the left-hander, and credit that to the good bowling from Calvin Harrison rather than anything particularly wrong with the shot, except he left that gap between bat and pad, which if it hadn't have been there as he was playing a shot, his pad was outside the off stump, he would have been okay. But he's gone. It's 100 for 3, and enter Tom Abel, just the man for this situation, one would hope.
I think we've all seen rather too much of James Rue and Tom Abel batting together in this particular contest, says a spokesman on behalf of the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club. Now, they played beautifully in the first innings. Substantial part of that innings, though, an innings of 400 or so, 438, and they put on over 300 of them together. As I think Anthony said at the time, where would Somerset have been without that partnership? Where will they be in this innings if they come and go quickly? What Notts would do right now to be having Somerset 5 down, there would be a real belief with more than half of the day left, 65 overs. Seems an awful lot of work for Notts to do to conjure up a winning position here, get 7 wickets and chase down whatever they need. If they were only requiring 5.
9.25, which is the highest championship average by a Somerset pairing in modern times since 1990. The next highest is Nick Compton and Craig Kieswetter, who averaged 66.65.
Okay.
So it's quite a partnership average, nearly 80 they averaged together.
I'd have thought Trescothick and would have featured somewhere. Trescothick and somebody.
The only 2 English pairings in the last 35 years have a better championship partnership average. Johnny Bairstow and Joe Root, who average 116, and David Ripley and David Sales, 89.
I think I've said before, Steve ought to get out a little bit more, but I'm awfully grateful that he...
But he is retired now, so he's got a little bit more time.
I'm awfully grateful that he spends his time sending you in nuggets like that. That's tremendous.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Lancashire 8 down. That's going to be a big blow to them because they are going to lose to Glamorgan, who are 180 odd in front.
Patterson White in and bowls to Tom Abel. Left-hand, right-hand combination, of course, Tom Abel and James Rue. And well, Somerset need a partnership from them right now. As Patterson White is in and bowls, and an appeal for LBW, but it's going down the leg side.
Soul destroying for a bowler to turn round to appeal, and the umpire's nowhere near. He's already moved off into a position sideways on, so he can be looking for the run out. He wasn't there.
101 for 3 as Patterson White is in bowl short to Abel, who won't get a run. It's not fielded cleanly by Hamid, but Slater's there to back him up. And
why do you do it to yourself, Haas? Why do you take the sunglasses out and pop them on the floppy sun out that doesn't stay on your head anyway?
Patterson White in and bowls, and Abel gets his nose over the pitch with that one. Plays it up the onside of the pitch. Somerset have got Tom Banton to come in next, then Archie Vaughan. As Abel stretches forward. Craig Overton. Miggy Pretorius. Jack Leach. And Jake Ball. As Abel is setting a good example to his fellow Somerset batsmen as to how to play under these circumstances. End of that over, 101 for 3.
I would say the short odds would be on that draw, Lisa. Somerset 101 for 3. They are 5 runs behind. Notts have picked up a wicket since lunch. Calvin Harrison bowling Lammonby for 38. Notts have got an awful lot of work to do. They need 7 wickets and then chase down a modest target. Somerset 101 for 3. Harrison bowling to James Rue. First ball thudded into the thigh pad. Comes in again, the leg spinner, and full stretch here. The young wicket-keeper batter. Fair of hair. Gets a long way down and blocks it. 101 for 3 in the 22nd over the innings. Spin from both ends for Notts. Rue will punch this down to the far end of the ground, the pavilion end, fielded by Liam Patterson-White. Did say almost semi-jokingly this morning that the builders on a Friday will knock off at midday.
They're still...
Do you think we're still there?
No, it's not a builder, is it? It's not a person. It's something that looks as though it might be a person, but isn't.
102 for 3. This is pushed away on the offside. Looks like it might be a person, but isn't.
Well, that straight, I think it's obviously a bit of black polythene.
Is that the static camera behind the arm?
It could be,
now,
yes.
That's Wilson. That's Wilson. 102 for 3. Harrison bowls, defended by Tom Abel. That's Kirsty's pride and joy. That's Wilson, the static camera, because obviously right behind the arm there isn't a TV gantry at the moment, so you can't have somebody stood there. There he is. There's Wilson. Next ball on his way, just popped up. I know it doesn't make sense for those of you that can't see the pictures, but we did have a shot of the static camera. 102 for 3. We've got a static camera operator at this end in Spence, who's just in front of us.
There he is. Yep, thumbs up.
102 for 3. Somerset are 4 away from making Notts bat again.
And the pace of Somerset's progress has just become slightly less frenetic with the advent of Tom Abel.
It's no little skill, by the way, to get that static camera up there and in a position obviously right behind the arm when there's no gantry really to balance it on.
Patterson White in and bowls to Abel, who plays this up to deepish mid-on, but not interested in the single. It's a long time since Glamorgan have been in Division 1. Patterson White to Abel. Appeal for LBW on the basis that it hit pad before bat. Didn't seem that way to me, I must say.
Ooh. I wouldn't have been surprised there had the finger gone on myself.
He's in again and bowls, and this time plenty of bat involved.
Yes, you just get one of those opportunities every now and again. I can't see Tom Abel letting the ball at his pad again anytime soon.
Patterson White in and bowls, and again Abel right forward. They shall not pass. Nottinghamshire attacking Tom Abel more than James Rue. Slipping a short leg, close catches. This is a little bit shorter and turned into the onside to McCann, who fields at short mid-wicket. End of that over. 103 for 3, 27 to Rue, 1 to Tom Abel. 62 overs remain in the day's play.
England have got lost a second wicket in the Test match. Ben Duckett was out before lunch for 43. Zach Crawley out for 64. Pope and Root at the crease. England 130 for 2. India made 224. Here in the upper echelons of Division 1. It's going to be Calvin Harrison to bowl his leg breaks to James Root, who's on 27, made 166 in the first innings. Harrison bowls to the left-hander, and this has dropped down on the bounce taken by Jack Haynes. Freddie McCann at slip. They too close to the wicket catchers. Next ball popped up and he's gone. Harrison gets another one, extra little bit of bounce, and that was a simple take for Jack Haynes, but a lovely bit of bowling, and Rue undone just by the bounce really, just couldn't get over it and play it down, played it gently into the hands of short leg, and Somerset are still behind by 3 runs, but now they're 4 down, 103 for 4.
Alarm bells are ringing. Alarm bells are ringing. James Rue was looking pretty secure, but again, a little bit of bounce and turn from those footmarks I was talking about outside the left-handers off stump, and he didn't actually play it very well, James Rue, I didn't think. And, well, he has gone for 27 and 4 down. Tom Banton will be in next, one assumes. But, well, there isn't a huge amount of batting to come for Somerset. They're going to have to dig in. Here comes Banton. And if they lose this game, they can forget about anything to do with the county championship.
So it is Tom Banton, poorly finger and all, on his way out to join Tom Abel. We've both watched a lot of cricket, and some would say we still know nothing. Certainly in my case, I don't know about Anthony's, but we both sort of queried the Notts tactics after lunch, the first 15-20 minutes, as the attacking fields of before lunch disintegrated. Somerset went on the offensive. There was 20 runs in the first 3.5 overs. Wondered just why Notts had taken the foot off the gas. They got a break, I think, with Harrison getting one through the defences of Lammonby to bowl him, and now they've got another break with Rue popping up a fairly simple catch, and just all of a sudden Somerset still behind, but they're 4 wickets down. Banton in at 6. You can watch a lot of cricket and not see a simpler short leg catch than that, really. Just popped up. So we've got a right-hander, 2 slips in now, Freddie McCann and Lyndon James. Haynes there again on the other side at short leg, and Tom Banton pushing forward, and I think when you push forward like that with a straight back, you're expecting to push the ball back to the bowler. Well, it went square of the wicket on the offside. Certainly a bit of turn being found and extracted by the leg spinner. Harrison comes in again. It's a full toss and Banton clips this through the leg side. Chase on here, but that's going to get Tom Banton away. A couple of runs. Ben Slater the pursuer. Now Somerset are one behind. 105 for 4. What do we got? 61 overs remain after this one. 2 balls left in it. Harrison to Tom Banton cuts this into the offside, and the scores will be level. 106 for 4 the score. Notts needed about 7 backer-uppers there as that throw came in from Pennington. Clark missed it and Haynes missed it, and other people just trying to get a body or something in the way, and it was Lyndon James eventually who stopped it. Last ball of the over. Tom Abel has been out there a while, but only got a single to his name. On strike and lets this one go. And it turns. There's plenty of animation from the bowler. Didn't seem to be anywhere near the top of off stump to me, but it's a good over nonetheless, and a wicket-taking one. Harrison 5 overs, 2 for 20. Somerset 106 for 4.
Maybe it was the googly, but if so, it didn't really go off the straight. But Harrison's eyes lit up when he saw that Abel wasn't playing a shot, hoping it would turn back and hit the off stump, but it didn't.
Callum says this is surely not going to happen for Notts, but getting those 2 wickets before they get a lead will make it a very nervy session for them. Certainly taking on a different dynamic with the fall of those 2 wickets in consecutive Harrison overs.
Patterson White to continue. He's gone wicketless so far. Naught for 25 in 6 overs. That rather carefree batting of the first 10 or 15 minutes after the lunch interval is now a distant memory.
Set for 6, wasn't he, by James Drew, who's now gone.
Tom Banton faces Patterson White and stretches forward with his bat angled down. Lots of excitement amongst the close catchers, putting the pressure on the batsman as much as possible. Be a lot of animation, a lot of histrionics. Patterson White in bowls, and Banton will pick up a single. It's fielded by Mohammed Abbas at a wide-ish mid-off. Somerset are ahead, but they're 4 wickets down.
Need a partnership. They've got to keep the board moving as well, really. That makes it later in the day even harder for Notts.
Patterson White to Abel. A lot depends on Tom Abel, one feels. He's got the pedigree, he's got the technique, he's got the mindset. Patterson White bowling his slow left arm from this Radcliffe Road end, and again Abel right forward to the pitch of the ball, content just to keep it out. Patterson White bowls, and again Abel defends. I think we're going to see a lot of this over the course of the next couple of hours. And from a Somerset perspective, one hopes that we're going to see quite a lot of this. This is turned into the onside by Abel. Probably should just be the single as Freddie McCann picks up. Abel takes the run, will keep the strike. It's 108 for 4. Somerset now 2 runs ahead.
Just a 53-year-old says, Dave, I've got my entire family up in Scarborough and they're waiting for me up there. I've got all their suitcases with their belongings in my car, but I'm not going. I'm staying here for a while longer. Can you pray for me? And Lyndon James' mum, Julie, says, told you earlier, Dave, anything could happen. She did indeed. Don't get too positive, folks. Don't get too positive. Harrison bowls. Good turn there past Tom Abel. Charlie, this is what a wrist spinner can do for you. Still several class batters to remove. Calf could possibly turn this game for us, though. Thank you, Charlie. Next ball is dabbed away onto the leg side for a single. 109 for 4. Certainly the joy of the afternoon will be watching a leg spinner bowling for a while, you'd imagine. It's in again and pushed into the offside, unless you're a Somerset fan, of course. But generally, if you're with us, sharing the afternoon with us, it's as Charlie says, it's always a joy to watch a leg spinner in action. Always likely that something will happen one way or another. He's in again and bowls and turned up to wideish mid-on. Liam Patterson-White is fairly deep as well. There's often a full toss or two thrown in there from a leg spinner, which might be smacked to all parts, but also might be a sharply spinning leg break or a googly. This one is cut away out to Pennington. Watch out, everybody, for the throw. He's just lobbed it in on the bounce, this time to Joe Clark, with 3 of them backing up behind Clark. Nelson. Will Nelson strike? Somerset lead by 5. They've lost Gregory, Davey, Lammonby and Root. There's Banton, whose dad played for Notts in the 80s, drops this at the feet of Jack Haynes, and it's the end of the 26th over. 59 overs remain in the day here at Trent Bridge. A Trent Bridge that I haven't noticed, Anthony, or haven't mentioned. The floodlights are off.
And the sun is out.
Obviously all happened during lunch, and we'd become acclimatised and accustomed to it during the break rather than at the start of a session.
The cricket has actually been compelling. Really almost for the entire day. Those 4 wickets, last 4 wickets of the Notts first innings going down quickly, then 2 Somerset openers removed as Abel is forward to this delivery, and then it looked as if Somerset were going to coast away, and then the wickets of Lammonby and Rue have really put the cat among the pigeons. Not that there are any pigeons here at Trent Bridge. Patterson-White is in and bowls, and Abel stretches forward.
You sound like 2 ladies having a natter in the street. Were they related? Well, there were 2 Somerset openers removed.
Oh, I see. Patterson-White in and bowls short and or shorter, to the extent that Abel could play that from his crease. Back foot defensive shot. Abel on 4 from 26 deliveries. Again, he's forward to a good length ball from Patterson-White. There seems to be more happening from Calvin Harrison's end than from Liam Patterson-White's end. Patterson-White bounces in and bowls. Oh, and this goes past the outside edge. Well, spoke too soon there.
Keep going on with that, yeah.
That one really bit and turned, and did well not to get an edge on that. Tom Abel wasn't taken cleanly by Joe Clark, but excuse the wicketkeeper that when the ball is misbehaving to that extent. Patterson-White to Abel. This time he's got plenty of time to rock back onto his stumps, play it defensively into the offside. Hasib Hamid picks up. It's the end of another over, 27th over of the innings, 111 for 4, 58 overs remain. A minimum of 58 overs remain in the day's play.
Yeah, just going to refer to that as well myself. Of course, with the 2 spinners on, and if they were to bowl throughout the session, there's every possibility there could be in a situation where they might squeeze in a few more overs as well. Of course, it will mean that Somerset won't have to bowl so many later on. Maybe. Oh, a lovely leg break with bounce from Calvin Harrison, and Banton was left groping a little bit at fresh air. In the end, he did very, very well. Very restrained not to chase after it too much. Good bit of bowling in again, and this time a stride forward, so far forward, he's almost touching the pitch with his grill.
Good test of Tom Banton's red ball technique, this.
Harrison to test it out again, and bowls, and Banton and broken finger and all nudges it out onto the offside. 111 for 4. 2 slips, a short leg. 3 saving 1 on the offside. Pennington out, backward point, and 2 out on the leg side. Push back to Harrison, and there's no run. 111 for 4. Somerset trail by 5. They've got to keep that board ticking over. Next ball. The thigh pad. No, says Tom Banton when Abel came down a pace or two.
Yes, they mustn't become completely becalmed.
No.
They'll be sitting ducks for the odd ball that does misbehave.
Next one is cut into the offside, straight to Hamid. First result of this round of matches. The end of the over here, 111 for 4, is in Division 2 at Old Trafford, where James Anderson has just been bowled by Mason Crane, another leg spinner, getting wickets this afternoon, and Lancashire all out for 318. Glamorgan have defeated Lancashire by 154 runs. We'll let it all settle down and the points be added to the Division 2 table, and we'll see what that does for those sides and those around them. But big win for Glamorgan at Old Trafford, beating Lancashire by more than 150 runs.
Patterson White to Abel. Full toss, which is turned away through the onside for 4 runs. Just got that one wrong, did Patterson White. He hasn't offered very many loose deliveries, but that one certainly was, and you can almost sense the gratitude, the relief from Tom Abel as he was able to put that away through straight mid-wicket.
Mark Muggerseth, a man of few words at Brace Cricket. Come on, Notts. Thank you, Mark. Somerset's lead is 9.
Steph Wilcox on Facebook, grabbing defeat from the jaws of a draw. Come on, Somerset, please, please. As Abel stretches forward, plays that to Jack Haynes, who's under the helmet at forward short leg.
We've all seen those dramatic finishes at Taunton with 9 fielders around the bat in the past.
Patterson White in bowls to Abel. That squirts off the outside edge. There should be 2 runs here, and they'll settle for 1, I think, as Lyndon James is quickly onto it. It's got a good arm. 116 for 4. Somerset now 10 runs ahead.
Archie Vaughan doing next?
Yep, Archie Vaughan. Then Craig Overton, Miggy Pretorius, Jack Leach, and Jake Ball. Patterson White to Banton, who's forward defending that. He's on 5, Tom Banton.
Because there is a further spinner in the Nottinghamshire side. Not that I'm trying to remove either of these two for the attack, but Freddie McCann's taken a lot of wickets lately.
Patterson White in and bowls, and this is again a little bit of bounce there outside the off stump. And Banton are able to leave that.
Nice to have a further option if either of them do start to have sore fingers.
Patterson White in and bowls, and Banton in 2 minds then as to whether to come forward or hang back, and really did neither. Managed to squirt the ball out into the offside. And welcome to listeners to BBC Sports Extra 2, with the news that Somerset have lost 4 wickets, 2 since lunch, the wickets of Tom Lammonby and James Rue. They're only 10 runs ahead of Notts, who are pressing hard for more wickets. And what would be, one feels, on this pitch, given what's happened for the previous 3 days, an unlikely victory, but by no means now an impossible one.
Now, we've had 8 wickets today over the first 3 days in total. We only had 16. Calvin Harrison has got the 2 wickets since lunch, bowling his leg breaks from the what's obviously renowned as the pavilion end at Trent Bridge. He bowls to Tom Abel, who got a century in the first innings, but has been very dogged in defence here. He's got 9 from 32. Delivery's face pushes this back to the bowler. Gregory, Davey, Lammonby and Rue have all been and gone. Harrison in once more. Tom Abel pushes it to the Notts skipper, Hasib Hamid in the covers. Very grey, overcast morning session. A little bit of light drizzle in the air, floodlights on throughout, but things have improved considerably as Abel, with a big stride, just drops this down at the feet of short leg Jack Haynes, who was the grateful recipient of a short leg catch 20 minutes or so ago from the bat of James Rue. A little bit of bounce from Harrison, it just popped up, simple catch in there. This one's just paddled up in the air behind square on the leg side by Tom Abel. They run the first 2 quickly, and yeah, chance to come back for 3. Was in the air, but he knew it was fairly safe. Anything behind square on that leg side was always going to bring him runs. And Somerset's lead is 13.
We've been very unfair to the builders. They're back.
Oh, they've had a long lunch then on a Friday. The bad news is, well, let's just hope they haven't brought their pneumatic drill back with them for the last session of the working week. Harrison bowls nicely turned away by Tom Banton for a single. A lot of redevelopment going on at the pavilion, and will almost total rebuild of the old pavilion. And occasionally it gets very, very noisy when they get their hammers and drills and all of the paraphernalia out, and making a bit of a din as Abel again just drops this down safely at the feet of Jack Haynes. End of the over, 120 for 4. Spin from both ends. Calvin Harrison 8 overs, 2 for 27. Liam Patterson-White 9 overs, none for 32.
And just had a tweet from Dave from Cork, I think. He says, is it just me, or are Somerset's batsmen maybe erring too much on the side of caution by letting the bowlers bowl to them? Well, I'm aware I was critical, this is Dave from Cork saying, of Abel and Rue first innings for loose shots. Well, there is a balance to be struck between steadfast defence but not letting the bowlers dictate terms completely, because bowlers like that. They like batsmen to be in a defensive mindset as Banton stretches forward and plays this into the offside.
Thing is, at the moment it's relentless, isn't it? They're both getting through their overs in about anywhere between 90 seconds and 2 minutes. Every ball they've got to play.
Patterson-White in and bowls, and Banton gets a good one on a good length, but he's got to puts in a good stride. Tall man Tom Banton.
With the quicks, Dylan Pennington for an example, can be quite a while between deliveries to recompose.
Patterson-White in and bowls, and again Banton using his reach to get right out to the pitch of that. This is not Tom Banton's natural style of batting. He's an attacking player fundamentally. Patterson-White in and bowls, and this one squirts off the outside edge down through where second slip would have been. Brings him a single, pushing with hard hands at that delivery from Patterson-White. 121 for 4.
Wasn't entirely sure why Jack Haynes, having spent the first 3 deliveries of the over at short leg, for that one went over to Silly Point, and he's stayed there on the offside.
Tom Abel on strike. Patterson-White bowls to him, and this is on Midland leg. It's pushed gently into the onside. The overs coming, as Dave Bracegirdle was just saying, thick and fast. Addison White to Abel, who turns this away into the onside for a single, so we'll keep the strike. Patterson White, 10 overs, two maidens, none for 34. Somerset 122 for 4, lead by 16 with 54 overs remaining at least in the day's play.
Yeah, the bulk of the runs that this pair have conceded were straight after lunch when Lammonby and Rue came out and were very much on the offensive. It was almost like Nottinghamshire were staying behind for an extra portion of pudding. It was a strange start to the session with Somerset getting 20 runs or more inside the first 3 overs. Really eating into that deficit. And then the spinners took over. Here is Harrison into Abel. Will turn this just to the left of Jack Haynes at short leg, and another chase for Ben Slater. They'll come back for 2. Mohammed Abbas has started warming up, so might be a change of tack sometime soon for Asib Hamid and his side. 124 for 4. Harrison to bowl to Abel, who's on 15 and keeps this out. Lots of animation out there from McCann and James, the 2 slips.
Again, I think that was the googly.
Both instantly threw their arms up in the air as if they were lured into believing that was the breakthrough. Harrison in again, once more turned to leg just to the left of Haynes, but safely along the ground by Abel. Archie Vaughan doing next. Overton and Pretorius and Legion ball to follow. Harrison bowls again. Oh, it's gone past the leg stump, past Clark, and it'll be 4 byes down below us. Didn't move a muscle there, Joe Clark, in truth. Harrison might feel slightly wronged. Somerset might feel slightly fortunate. Doesn't matter what they feel, it's 4 more to the total. Extras up to 15, 128 for 4. Somerset lead by 22, and of course every run they get almost counts as double. It takes them 1 further away from Notts, one that Notts later in the day, if they get the opportunity, will have to chase down. Harrison in once more, and Abel, the reassuring feel of bat on ball as he blocks it back to the bowler. Not the largest of county championship crowds. We've had good numbers in for certainly the first 2 days. Dropped off a little bit yesterday and even more so today as Abel again defends. It was a miserable wet morning, and I don't even think until the bell rang at 5 to 11, Anthony, we were entirely sure whether they were going to start on time. People would come in and ask us, are they starting on time, do you know? And we didn't know, and like them we couldn't really guess because it was so dark. Even though the floodlights were on, there was a little bit of drizzle in the air. The ground staff were doing the hokey-cokey with the covers. We weren't sure, but we got underway on time, and Somerset continued bowling with a ball that was over 150 overs old. Incredibly, they chose not to change it yesterday, and Notts then lost 4 wickets in next to no time this morning, but it's really been...
It's ironic, really. We got the poorest crowd of the match.
Yeah,
for the most compelling cricket of the match.
Yeah, those 4 wickets that Notts lost this morning have, as we said at the time, it's actually perversely given Notts a chance now. Yeah. Ollie Stone's on as a sub-fielder, by the way, at mid-off. I think Mo Abbas trotted off.
Patterson White in bowls and Banton forward defending. Perhaps he's gone off to put on his bowling boots. He was certainly going through a very elaborate stretching routine. Unless he's overstretched himself and pulled a muscle.
Oh, just suddenly 2 more fielders around the bat of Banton.
Patterson White in and bowls. Banton again forward. Plays it back to the bowler. Nervous times for these 2 Somerset Toms. Banton gets in a bit of a the wrong position there, but manages to get the full face of the bat onto the ball. Patterson White in bowls, and this time Banton plays it more conventionally to Jack Haynes, who's at silly mid-off. Silly extra cover, really.
It's a silly position, whatever it is. It's very close.
And again, Banton content just to kill the spin, whatever spin there is. There's been more deliveries misbehaving from the Calvin Harrison end than from the Liam Patterson-White end, and Banton comes right forward to that one using his full reach, bat angle right down, keeps it out. 128 for 4, Somerset 22 runs to the good, but with only 6 wickets in hand.
England have lost their captain. Ollie Pope is out for 22 in the Test match. Root and Brook at the crease together. England 148 for 3. India made 224. We've had one result this afternoon in Division 2 of the County Championship. Glamorgan defeating Lancashire by 154 runs. Obviously yesterday in Division 1, Surrey defeating Durham. They're off for rain at Chelmsford in Division 1. Essex, Warwickshire. Play going on still at New Road, where Hampshire have just declared. There's Harrison in to bowl to Abel, who defends. Hampshire have declared on 313 for 7 in their second innings, setting Worcestershire 358. That seems a lot in half a day. And at Scarborough, Sussex's 8th wicket pairing are still together. Sussex 184 for 7, trailing by 139 against Yorkshire. Harrison bowls leg break that is just pushed to cover by Tom Abel. Division 2, Cheltenham Festival lost so much time to rain in that one. Gloucestershire 127 for 2, still in their first innings. Middlesex got over 400. Harrison bowls. Abel drops it on the leg side. And at Wantage Road, I don't think they've started today, day 4, between Northampton and Derbyshire. And Derbyshire will be the happier to be sat in the dressing room. Still a long way behind. Harrison bowls to Tom Abel, and he defends, and there's no run. The Division 2 table that I was looking at has now been updated. I'll bring it to you in a second, because Calvin Harrison's already got ball in hand, passed on by Bailey. Ball's delivery that has pushed up to mid-off. So Leicester still playing on 179 points from 10 matches before the conclusion of the match this week. This has dropped on the leg side, nicely fielded by Haynes. End of the over, 128 for 4. So Glamorgan have beaten Lancashire. Glamorgan played 11, 165. Derbyshire have 128 points, but they're watching it rain at Northampton, and Lancashire have now played 11, 127 in 4th. So Lancashire are 38 points behind second place Glamorgan with 3 matches to go. So that's a lot for them to overhaul in the 3 September games. Lancashire were relegated last year. They had a wretched start to life in Division 2. They picked up a little bit, but well beaten at Old Trafford by Glamorgan.
You wouldn't have picked Leicestershire and Glamorgan to come up from the second division at the start of the season, would you? Patterson White to Banton, who comes forward, plays that defensively to Jack Haynes under the helmet at silly mid-off.
Both recent winners of the One Day Cup, though, in its new guise.
As I don't need reminding, as Banton plays that defensively.
When were you here? One of the rainy ones?
Yep. It was rained off on the Saturday, and then it looked as if we weren't going to get any play at all, and it would have been shared. But they managed to get a 20-over game in as Patterson White bowls to Banton, who turns it into the onside. And as it was virtually the full Glamorgan Blast side, they were very well suited to a 20-over game of cricket, and duly won. Patterson White to Banton. And again, showing great resolve, Tom Banton.
Cam sent a photograph of the play at Scarborough, but in front of it he's watching our game on the live stream on his tablet.
Another defensive shot from Tom Banton to another good ball from Liam Patterson White, who is plugging away. He's in his 12th over. One ball remaining. And then Somerset will have 50 more overs to get through. Banton again solidly forward, killing the spin. Picked up by Freddie McCann. End of the over, 128 for 4. Somerset still 22 runs to the good. That was a maiden over from Patterson White.
Ollie Stone's still on the field. Mo Abbas has come back. Can't see Dylan Pennington. So, presumably he's just popped off for a quick comfort break. Pennington, quickest bowler on show. He'd love to get another wicket, and I suspect that might be an opportunity then to recharge the quick and stick him on again. On 28 for 4, Somerset lead by 22. Runs not exactly flowing, or weren't. This is cut out into the offside, and there is Ollie Stone doing the fielding, and he's had a little bit of white ball bowling in the intervals of this game. Presume he's got a 100 contract somewhere, rather than getting himself ready for a little bit of cricket at Welbeck next week, where Notts begin their 50 over campaign. Harrison into Banton, almost like his back got stuck in his crease there a little bit and just edged it, or bottom edged it, to Lyndon James at slip. It just ran along the ground. 129 for 4. Banton has 7, Abel 16. They've added 26 from 72, and again played very cautiously and tentatively.
He looks happier against left arm spin of Patterson White, Tom Banton, than he does against the leg breaks.
He does. He'll be saying, where's one of these full tossers that leg breaks bowl that Bracegirdle was talking about? He's in again, and another lovely delivery, zeroing in on a spot just in front of the bat of Tom Banton, and he pushes it with soft hands behind square. Abbas fields. 129 for 4. There's Harrison, bowls again, and once more it runs out to Abbas. Notts have been served well by their quicks this season. They'd love to have the spinners win them a match here, on at each end. Harrison does have a 5-wicket haul this season, but that was in Division 2 for Northants. This is his first game back since being on loan, the first part of the season for Northants. Scored 31 runs this morning. Last out in the Notts first innings. He bowls again, and Tom Banton just almost jabbing at the ball there, but he's managed to safely negotiate it. Somerset's lead is 23. It's not building very quickly, but crucially for them, they're still only 4 wickets down.
Well, partnership now 26 from 76 deliveries. So they're sticking it out, these two.
A minute or two ago I did say good luck to Worcestershire in their pursuit of 350 or whatever it was. They're already 5 for 1 against Hampshire, so they've got some defensive batting to do today. They've lost Gareth Roderick in the first over, run out. That's not good, is it?
Dear.
That's not good.
Dear. Right, Patterson White to bowl to Tom Abel with silly mid off 2 slips. Short extra cover, shortish mid wicket. Milky Sunshine, Abel forward, defending.
I've not really ever been able to distinguish between Milky Sunshine and Watery Sunshine, which I use.
Patterson White has Abel in 2 minds there as to whether to come forward or hang back. He came half forward and had time just to turn it into the onside. Patterson White. Ooh, this one just hurries on to Abel. He's able to adjust, keep the ball out of his pads.
Workmen have definitely gone from the pavilion now, haven't they?
Patterson White bowls, Abel forward. It's very reminiscent of, as you were saying, Dave, of Jack Leach plugging away down at Taunton, trying to bowl a side out on the in the 4th innings. Well, this is the 3rd innings, but Patterson White in bowls down the leg side and tucked away down towards the boundary, which it will. Dear goodness me, Brett Hutton and the ball both go over the boundary rope together and collide rather heavily with the advertising boards in front of tractor driver, who's watching on rather anxiously, I suspect. 4 runs are taken, so Abel moves on to 20 as he's forward this time. A rare loose delivery, the previous one from Patterson White, just straying onto leg stump. 133 for 4, and the Somerset lead stretches to all of 27 runs.
Just having a little tot up here. We had 8.2 overs this morning of the Nottinghamshire innings, during which they lost their last 4 wickets. Then so that would count as 9 overs. We had 2 for the swap over, 11 and 37 in this innings. So we're at the halfway stage. We've had 48. We've got 48 to go in theory. So half a day for Nottinghamshire to pick up 6 wickets and chase down what they hope would be a modest target, as Tom Banton on 7 reaches forward and pushes this gently into the offside. Hamid manages to come in and field it without losing his sun hat. I think we're now asking for a further helmet to be brought out onto the field. Just holding play up a second. Everybody's looking towards the edge of the boundary down here. Down below us where we can't see.
I think Tom Banton wants some new gloves as well.
133 for 4 in this innings. Josh Davey caught Harrison, bowled Pennington for 9. That was the first wicket to go down. 32 on the board. Still 32 on the board in the next over. Lewis Gregory caught behind by Joe Clark off the bowling of Mohamed Abbas for 17, and then after lunch Tom Lammonby bowled by Calvin Harrison for 38. That was 100 for 3, and James Root caught at short leg, just popping one up to the former Worcestershire man from the bowling of Harrison for 27. That was 103 for 4.
Lots of conversations going on out there with Tom Banton chatting away to Mohamed Abbas. Here come his new gloves.
There's not a lot of much going on, really.
What's he got there? It's just a drink. Southie Ogborn got in his left hand.
Watching Lyndon James get dressed, and also watching...
hand cream, I think it was. Hand cream.
He's not got that white finger protector on, has he? Doesn't appear to have that. Obviously he had on when he was fielding. Clearly the protection coming from the batting gloves. Tom Banton playing with an injured finger. Lengthy delay here. Not entirely sure Notts will be overjoyed about that. They'll just want to keep getting these overs in.
Lyndon James going down on his hands and knees at second slip.
Doing a Renshaw. It was the last one I saw doing it. Here's Harrison in to bowl and Banton defends. Trescothick before that.
Yeah, Trescothick I think was the originator of it.
Yeah. So he's on his knees very, very close in. If you're looking at the pictures, you can see Lyndon James in there in a really uncomfortable looking position. It's not ideal for trying to catch the ball as Banton pushes it into the offside. You've seen it more times than me. Have you ever seen anybody take a catch in that position?
One, I think Trescothick got one catch. but their lateral movement is so restricted, it's very difficult.
Somerset lead by 27 as Banton pushes this back to Calvin Harrison in his 12th over. 2 maidens, 2 for 30. Was plundered for a few boundaries right at the start of the session. There's not appeared to be a little dozy after lunch, and Somerset were on the offensive. This was almost involuntarily played by Banton. It seemed like he was more than happy not to have to play at it, and the ball hit the bat and it trickled along the ground to Lyndon James.
Don't think he's reading the googly Tom Banton.
Harrison to bowl to him. Cuts this one into the offside as Dylan Pennington out there have to put the dive in, and does well to prevent it going over the ropes at full stretch. And then, as always, a strong throw in from Pennington that a team of backer-uppers managed to stop. 135 for 4, 38 overs gone in the innings. Somerset lead by 29, Banton 9, Abel 20. They've added 32.
Yep, doing a good job for their side. Tom Abel, you would have thought the of the pair of them better suited to this sort of situation, but Tom Banton's got the advantage of that extra reach, and he's been using it well. Going to have another over from Patterson White. And Lyndon James again down on his hands and knees at second slip. Abel forward. Plays it to Jack Haynes. Lyndon James claps his approval of that delivery. So 3 close catches. Patterson White in bowls, gives this one a little bit more air. But, Tom Abel not to be tempted into playing an attacking shot. We haven't seen any reverse sweeps from these two. Patterson White in bowls, and Banton, Abel rather, is forward. See nothing really unconventional. The occasional loose ball has been put away, but apart from that, defence has been the watchword as this is turned into the onside by Tom Abel. Patterson White bowls, and there'll be a run here for Tom Abel as Patterson White strays onto the leg stump and can tuck it away to mid-wicket, where Freddie McCann fields. 136 for 4.
Certainly seems like there's a change of heart, because you wouldn't normally get Mo Abbas warming up for 3 or 4 minutes, would you? And he definitely was. He was getting himself very much into a pre-bowl routine, but that was about 10 or 15 minutes ago.
Patterson White to Banton, who defends, and I don't know quite what the excitement was about there, because it was a perfectly good ball and perfectly well played by Tom Banton. 136 for 4, Somerset 30 runs to the good, and they're blowing up the hover cover. That isn't to suggest that there's any threat of rain. The clouds are high, there's blue sky as well overhead. It's a very pleasant afternoon now, and I don't think that the weather is going to play any part in the outcome of this game of cricket.
Yeah, I don't know if it's got a slow leak or what, but we've noticed every afternoon they've gone out there and just get like a leaf blower thing, but it's just pumping air into it. I've not looked at Canterbury's score for a while. Ben Compton has got a double 100 for Kent against Leicestershire as Harrison continues. Tom Abel drops this on the leg side. That's a game that's not really going anywhere. The Division 2 leaders Leicestershire made 471, Kent 395 for 6. Compton leading run scorer in the country, 217 not out as Abel on 21 blocks the second ball of the over harmlessly out. Extraordinary run of scores really from Compton since 3 or 4 years ago. He moved from Trent Bridge to Kent. This one's turned to leg by Abel. He struggled to get any first team action really for Notts, and when he did, didn't really pull up any trees, no scores of note. They let him go to Canterbury and started off life down there with something like 3 centuries in a row, didn't he? His first 3 matches, and this next one's worked away square of the wicket. There'll be at least 2, maybe 4. I think it will go for 4. Nicely put away by Abel for another boundary. He goes to 25, and he's continued in the same vein. He ticks along Compton at a generally fairly modest rate, but his output is just so prolific. Does a really good job at the top of the order in Division 2 cricket. 140 for 4 is the score here.
You just said it though, Division 2 cricket.
Yeah. Abel 25. Was in Division 1 of course last year. Kent relegated along with Lancashire. There's Harrison bowls, and a lot of the jeopardy seems to have gone out of this over the last 15 or 20 minutes. When those 2 wickets went down, it looked as if Notts might just start a little bit of a roll, but they've played beautifully for this 5th wicket partnership as Abel again just plays it gently down to Haynes on the leg side.
Don't quite what that roar from Lyndon James is all about.
Send for Mo. Send for Mo. He's taking his cap off. Going to get the Pakistan test bowler just to have a little bit of a go from this end.
Ball is 40 overs old now, so it will be going softer.
Bit of a cheer for Mo Abbas. Did a good job, Liam Patterson-White. Wicketless so far in this innings, but just helped heap the pressure back on Somerset after the first couple of overs after lunch, when runs were flying here, there and everywhere. James Rue danced down the track, hit Patterson-White back over his head, down below us for 6, and you thought this is going to be an afternoon of making merry with the bat, but
turned out rather differently.
Well, yeah, Lammonby and Rue both fell. Lunchtime score was 72 for 2, so we've had 68 runs, 68 for 2 in about an hour and a quarter.
Yeah, a lot of overs have been bowled there. 25 overs since lunch.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 slips. Well, we've got a relatively conventional first slip and then a short slip at very well advanced. Jack Haynes under the helmet at forward short leg. Here's Mohammed Abbas to Tom Banton. Banton plays this firmly to Freddie McCann at short mid-wicket, and there'll be no run. Not many people here, but those that are engrossed in what's become a fascinating contest as Asib Hamid just does a quizzical look at the ball, hands it to Mohammed Abbas, who polishes it on front of his cricket trousers. And tries again. He's in, bowls to Banton. Again plays this up the onside of the pitch. I suspect Tom Banton will probably be feeling slightly more at home against the seam of Mohammed Abbas than against the probing spin of Calvin Harrison and Liam Patterson-White.
Yeah, I mean, you've made 1 or 2 references throughout the course of this game that Somerset's need for an opener still exists. I mean, he's your man, isn't he? Banton's got to be your man.
Well, possibly. I wouldn't be against it. Mohammed Abbas is in and Banton is forward. I'd like to see Will Smead given his chance. But and I think they ought to dispense with the experiment of opening up with number 9. The counter argument is that, well, if you've got a number 9 opening the batting and he gets out, it's no big deal, and he might just help blunt the opposition opening bowlers. But nothing like early wickets for giving the bowling side a boost. Mohammed Abbas in and bowls and turned just wide of Jack Haynes at forward short leg. A loose shot really from Tom Banton as he adjusted to some extra bounce from Mohammed Abbas. Managed to get it just past Jack Haynes. But a very anxious moment for Tom Banton.
Yeah, that would have obviously given a big boost to the Nottinghamshire team and their supporters. Just almost out of nothing there, a quarter chance. He certainly would have seen that one. It didn't fizz off the face, but was just out of reach.
Abbas.
There's an update for Radio Nottingham. Tense passage of play, this one. Somerset 141 for 4. They lead Notts by 35, but at the moment not really going anywhere. Notts need these 6 wickets, and if they can get them, they'll have a modest run chase. The odds still on a draw, but you never know here. Somerset 141 for 4, leading by 35.
That last delivery produced no run. Abbas turns. Nice smooth approach to the wicket and bowls, and Tom Banton gets right in behind. Good length ball. Brings the over to a conclusion. 141 for 4. 10 to Banton, 25 to Abel. The partnership is now worth 38. And Somerset's lead 35. And we will shortly reach the halfway point in terms of the number of overs that Somerset will have to survive to reach the safety of a draw.
Yes, you'd imagine if the worst came to be for Somerset, they'd still be able to protect the boundaries and make life hard for Notts. It's difficult to imagine that Notts can get these 6 wickets in time to have a go. There's Harrison in bright sunshine now, bowls to Banton, who reaches forward and drops it down on the offside. Haynes has just about been in every conceivable position all around the bat during this innings. He's on the offside at the moment. Short, silly cover really. This one spins away. Leg break bowler spins it away from the right-handed Banton through to Joe Clark. Freddie McCann, conventional first slip crouched. Lyndon James second slip on his knees, very close in. Harrison bowls popped into the offside again by Banton, who's scored 10 from 53 deliveries faced. Tom Abel 25 from 71. But together they've just blunted the Nottinghamshire threat after lunch. Harrison bowls again, and this one just played as a little bit of a late and almost desperate measure into the offside, straight to Hamid. 141 for 4. As Harrison bowls, turn to leg, there's nobody there. Single taken by Tom Banton to go to 11, 142 for 4, and the lead is 36. England closing in on India's first innings score of 224. They're 175 for 3 with Root and Brook at the crease. Harrison bowls, Abel has been resolute in defence, as he is there. Mohamed Abbas takes his sweater off. Just the 3 bowlers bowled since lunch, the 2 spinners and 1 over from Mo Abbas. Might soon be Dylan Pennington time, but clearly not yet.
Yes. Difficult for Hasib Hamid, with the ball getting softer with every over. It's going to be that much more difficult for the spin bowlers to get that bounce, and it's going to be more difficult for seam bowlers to get the nip that they're looking for. But Mohamed Abbas, one of the best in the business. He's got 2 slips, forward short leg, and catching short mid wicket and short extra cover, and this is turned down to long leg. Sounds as if we've just gone off.
Apologies if you briefly lost us there.
You missed a single down to long leg. Tom Banton moved on to 12. Somerset on to 143 for 4.
Seemed like the line dropped. We've been relatively gremlin free. The very first morning, you do everything, don't you? You get here early, you set everything up, test everything, everything's working, and then play starts and you drop off it.
Bass in and bowls to Abel, who plays that up to Hasib Hamid at mid-on, and there's no run.
Heading back tonight,
Yep.
Anthony, M5,
Yes.
Friday evening.
Not
That'll
looking
be,
forward to it. Well, M4, I've got an M42 first, all around Birmingham. Then the M5. Hopefully by the time I get to the M5, the worst of the holiday traffic will have gone through, but can never be certain. Friday afternoon is just about the worst time of the week to travel down to the West Country. Mohamed Abbas is in and bowls, and Tom Abel gets one that doesn't bounce quite as much as 1 or 2 others. It will be a reasonably enjoyable drive, whatever the traffic, as long as Somerset get out of this with a draw. If they contrive to lose, it will not be a very happy giver who makes his way back down the M42 and M5.
What is it? Is it the Grockles, they call them, the tourists heading down there?
Or if you're in Cornwall, there are emmets.
Emmets, that's it.
Which is a Cornish word for ant, but we try not to think about that. We welcome our visitors. This is another good ball from Mohamed Abbas, and stoutly defended by Tom Abel, and Mike Burns is having a meaningful look at where Mohamed Abbas's feet have been landing, and I'm not sure he's actually said anything to Mohamed Abbas, but he's made it perfectly obvious that he's not particularly happy, and Tom Banton reinforces that by going and giving the same area of the pitch a good prod.
Well, if you're going to do it again, Mo, make sure you've got long spikes on and make a proper job of it.
It's just about on a good length as well.
Yeah.
But it's outside the right hand, as just about on middle and leg stump, I suppose. This is squirts down towards third man. There'll be 2 runs as Ben Slater retrieves that. 145 for 4. Abel on to 27 from 76 deliveries, but he's doing a job for his side.
For the most part, the other game's meandering towards a draw, but Yorkshire have now got an 8th Sussex wicket. Sussex 191 for 8 in their second innings. They still trail by 132. It's been a day of dogged defiance for Sussex. Finn Hudson-Prentice, 52 not out, been at the crease over 3 hours, but he's just lost Jack Carson for 12, 191 for 8. Sussex against Yorkshire at Scarborough.
Abbas to Abel, who plays this down to long leg just for a single. Brett Hutton is down there waiting for it. 146 for 4 at the end of that over. Abel on to, 149. Yeah, it was only a single.
Yeah, 149 for 4.
I think it's 146 for 4.
Yeah, it's gone back.
I think the scoreboard operator or the scorers thought that was going to go for 4, but in fact it was just a single because Brett Hutton was down there. It's 146 for 4, so Somerset 40 runs ahead with 6 wickets in hand.
Well, we've had the joy of watching Jack Haynes get dressed. We've had the joy of watching Lyndon James get dressed. We've had the joy of watching Ben Slater this morning put all the protective gear on for the quicks, and now Ben Slater's putting all the protective gear on for a stint in there as well against, with the spin bowler in operation. So 3 round the bat as close and as daring as they need to be. I might have given Dylan Pennington 2 overs just to see. They don't like it up 'em, as they say. Sports Extra 2 listeners have just left us. If you're heading off into the car or whatever and thought you'd give us a listen, next ball is turned to leg by Abel. Harrison did well to sprint after it himself, the bowler, but Haynes and Liam Patterson-White were also making a move towards the ball. So not Haynes, Patterson-White doing the fielding. 146 for 4. Somerset lead by 40, cut into the offside out to Dylan Pennington. No thoughts of 2 and no thoughts of a javelin-like return this time. Lobs it into the bowler. Smeared green knees on the cricket flannels of Dylan Pennington, where he's done a bit of diving out there on the ropes. Mo Abbas being switched over from backward square to backward point. Backward square leg it was. Harrison bowls again to Banton, who defends. Still on 12.
Getting a good bowl, Calvin Harrison, in his 15th over.
Comes in from the Stuart Broad end. And again, Tom Banton happy to defend. Been at the crease for more than an hour now. Tom Banton. Stands slightly crouched and
He's got an ungainly stance, hasn't he?
pushes the ball back to Calvin Harrison. Nice little bit of football skills from Harrison. Played keepy-uppy to himself. Next ball on its way and dropped on the leg side. End of the over. 147 for 4. One of the intervals yesterday, was it Archie Vaughan and Lammonby that we saw juggling, and some proper top juggling skills. Yeah. Really good, really impressive. Sort you'd see on a variety show if they had such things on TV these days. You don't get many of those, do you? The old variety show.
Well, Somerset have got through more than half of the overs they need to survive to see themselves safely through to the draw. 44 overs have been bowled in this innings, 41 remain, although it could, of course, be a few more than that. We've got 26 minutes before the tea interval.
Mark Lamond says he's still paying close attention to this, but I think he, like most of us, fear from the Notts angle anyway. I mean, all credit to Somerset, but from the Notts angle, very difficult now.
Bass to Abel, who chips this over the top of the close fielders on the leg side. It's gone out for 4 runs. Was in the air though, but perfectly safe. And that's the 150 on the board for Somerset. 151 for 4. Lead now 45.
Yes, announced over the public address system to complete indifference. No real need to Tell everybody that it's 150 when they can see the scoreboard. But
We've got two enormous scoreboards here at Trent Bridge. He's just got to be careful playing that shot off his legs, Tom Abel. If he does play it, he needs to keep it down. Abbas in and bowls. This is a half, well, I say a half volley. That's being unfair. It was almost a Yorker from Mohammed Abbas. It was well dug out by Tom Abel. Just trying that as a surprise weapon.
Tea 25 minutes away.
Well, these two from the Somerset perspective, they need these two to be still there at tea. They've got Archie Vaughan to come in next, who's more than capable of playing a defensive innings. But then the fast bowlers, Craig Overton and Miguel Pretorius. Overton can certainly, he's got a good defensive technique. Pretorius less so. And then Leach and Jake Ball bringing up the rear. Got 4 close catches now on the leg side, as Mohammed Abbas bowls on off stump, whereas I think the plan was for him to bowl on the leg stump and get Abel playing off his pads, as he did earlier on in the over.
It's an extraordinary field, isn't it?
It is. We've got 2 forward short legs and 2 slightly further away short legs. Well, they're not. One's a forward short leg just near where the square leg umpire would be if he wasn't at point. The other one's more of a short mid-wicket. But we've got 4 catches anyway on the leg side. We've got a short cover as well, and just the 1 slip. So Hasib Hamid ringing the changes, as Lewis Gregory did during that long Nottinghamshire first innings. Here's Abbas in bowls to Abel, just floats this one up, hoping that Abel is going to turn it into the onside, but he doesn't. He plays it with a straight bat back up the pitch.
I'm giving Lewis Gregory the prize for the best field setting in this particular match, when he had a line of fielders from square leg umpire diagonally across to the umpire at the bowler's end. And talk about a leg side wall. It was innovative and also aesthetically pleasing. It was nice to look at, wasn't it?
It was. Abbas in and bowls to Abel, who turns this into the onside. It bounces before it reaches Ben Slater, who's the closest of those close catches to the batsman.
We have a result. Yorkshire have defeated Sussex at Scarborough. Yorkshire the victors by 128 runs.
Well, that will ease their relegation worries. Here we got Mohammed Abbas bowling to Tom Abel, and that's 4 runs. He just overdid it there, Mohammed Abbas, too far down the leg side, and able just to help it on its way down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. 155 for 4, and that is the 50 partnership between the two Toms. Tom Banton having contributed 12 from 60 deliveries, and Tom Abel the balance from however many deliveries it was that he had faced before the stat was taken off the board.
Joe Root out in the test match to Siraj. England 186 for 4. Brook and Jacob Bethel fresh at the crease. India 224. England 186 for 4 in reply at the Oval. Still going to be Calvin Harrison, bowled every over from the Stuart Broad end since lunch. Just feel that extra pace of Pennington should have had an over or 2 in this session. He's going to be called to field here. He's going to have to put another dive. He can't even put a dive in. It was too far away from him. Nice looking shot into the offside and away for 4.
Yeah, just dragged that one down.
Welcome back to listeners to Sports Extra 2. Left us briefly. Not a lot has changed. We just had a boundary. Somerset 159 for 4, so they lead by 53. We've just had the 50 partnership between Abel and Banton holding knots up here as Harrison bowls, and the next ball is dropped on the leg side by Tom Banton. It's very much a act of defiance from him. He's 16 not out from 62 balls, been at the crease for about 70 minutes. Somerset losing Lammonby and Rue in quick succession soon after lunch. Again defended by Banton, playing with an injured finger. But unless Anthony Gibson had told us, and unless we'd seen the protective bandage throughout the game, we wouldn't know. Certainly not flinched at all. Seemingly from any delivery is played. Pushes this behind square, tells Tom Abel to stay there because Mohamed Abbas at backward point does the fielding. Yorkshire beating Sussex, Division 2 today. Glamorgan beating Lancashire. Harrison bowls, and a bit of uncertainty again by Banton reaching forward to Harrison. Again, that was probably the googly.
Yeah, he just seemed to put a little bit extra into that. Did Calvin Harrison.
Who tries again, just dabbed, and the ball has hit Lyndon James in very close there, kneeling, and then it popped up in the air, and there was plenty of excitement. Has it hit him on the knee, Lyndon James? He's down on the ground.
Yeah.
It may well have been cut into his knee and then ricocheted almost back to the batter, and all those close-knit fielders, nobody could dive underneath. It was a little difficult at first to fathom what exactly had happened there, but it was a false shot certainly, and it very nearly brought about the downfall of Tom Banton, but he survives.
It would have been very unlucky.
Brian Close-like dismissal. The ball clattering off a body
his forehead.
part.
We said it was caught at cover point off his forehead. I think that's probably apocryphal.
Yes. They do reckon 1 or 2 hit his forehead and rebounded to Jimmy Binks, the old Yorkshire wicket keeper. Hamid is having a chat to Mohamed Abbas, and Dylan Pennington's loitering with intent. Those watching the live stream will see a replay, and it was scooped back up in the air, I think, by Lyndon James. Hit his knee, and then as he was falling away, he managed just to prevent it hitting the ground, scooped it up, but he scooped it up back towards the batter rather than to one of his teammates.
Here's Abbas to Abel. Outside the off stump, no shot from Tom Abel. Not quite such a well-populated leg side field. We've still got the forward short leg and backward short leg, and the short mid-wicket, as Dylan Pennington is doing all sorts of exercises.
Yeah. It's painful just to watch him doing them, but seemingly...
So he's going to come in for a burst.
Seemingly he will replace Harrison, unless Abbas has already been promised a break.
Abbas into Abel, who turns this away nicely through the onside. It's going to be cut off, and it'll just be the single as Freddie McCann fields out in the deep. 160 for 4. Somerset now 54 runs ahead. 38 overs remaining in the day after this one, as a minimum. 15 minutes to go to tea interval, and the onside cordon reinforced for Tom Banton, so you can expect leg stump type of line of attack. This is more on middle and off, but plays it defensively back up the pitch, and Hamid comes sprinting in to do the fielding.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get any extra overs in. It did seem when Harrison and Patterson-White were bowling in tandem and racing through their overs that Notts might squeeze another 4, 5, 6 or however many into this session, but as you say, we're a quarter of an hour away from tea and 38 overs remain after this one.
Abbas in bowls down the leg side, and a good tumbling take by Joe Clark as Banton tried to get some bat on that and flick it down to fine leg, but failed to do so.
There's another result in. They've not had any play for a while down at Chelmsford, and they've shaken hands. No doubt damp, soggy conditions down there, and it's Essex Warwickshire drawing their match at Chelmsford.
As always seemed likely. Abbas then to Banton. Banton scotches that into the pitch with a wristy defensive push.
Notts lost their last 4 wickets this morning in less than 40 minutes, 8 overs or thereabouts. Liam Patterson-White only added 1 to his overnight score to fall to Jake Ball for 48. Ball also clean bowled Dylan Pennington, removing his middle stump for 7. Josh Davey had Brett Upton caught and bowled first ball, and then dismissed Calvin Harrison, caught by Jack Leach for 31. Notts 5-4-4 all out, a lead of 106.
Last ball of the over. Abbas into Banton, down the leg side again, and again he misses out. And again it's a very good take by Joe Clark.
He'll have felt these 4 days, Joe Clark. He's had a bit of back issue, a bit of finger issue, and they ask him to keep wicket in the absence of Kyle Verreynne. Notts did have an overseas wicketkeeper lined up. The deal was done with the player, with the agent, but he just couldn't get a visa to get in the country in time. Although Notts knew that Verreynne from 4 or 5 weeks ago wasn't going to be here, they did everything to bring in an overseas, everything, and the visa people.
What's happened to Tom Moores then?
Tom Moores is only on a white ball contract. He'll be.
I think I've asked you that before. Yeah.
Will be around for the 50 over competition. So here is Dylan Pennington, the quickest bowler on show, and he's been given a kookaburra ball and given the explicit instructions: just try and blast away through this Somerset middle order. Can you, Dill, before tea? Is he going to go round the wicket? Are we going to get a bit of old-fashioned leg theory here?
Looks like it. Well, it did for Tom Abel in the first innings.
So,
don't think he'd be playing the pull shot.
umpire Mike Burns is standing at point so he can see what's going on. He can see right across, and it almost looks like there's a line of 3, a short leg, a square leg and a deep square leg in a line of 3, and then Freddie McCann behind square. Clearly it won't be a straight line. So round the wicket comes the fair-haired Pennington, and a bouncer to begin with, dug in short and over the top, and rather harmlessly from Tom Abel, but it's just letting the batter know that he's still got plenty of pace, and he's still fired up and can hit the deck hard.
Well, I think Tom Abel knows what to expect with the field as it is. We've just got there is a third man, so it's a 6-3 field rather than a 7-2.
He dismissed Josh Davey before lunch. He's in again, and a roll of the wrists by Tom Abel. Played it nicely actually, but a roll of the wrists and it bounced down to Freddie McCann.
Sooner he didn't play it at all. There's not much future in playing that shot.
Pennington disappears into the distance and then turns from in front of the pavilion, comes in past the umpire bowls, and it's just Run down softly to Hutton at short third, no run. It's almost like he left his bat dangling out there, but played it comfortably enough.
Well, it's a reasonably safe shot given that there's no slip. We've got Brett Hutton as a sort of deepish gully.
Here comes Pennington again. Lengthy approach and another bouncer. That's one for the over signalled.
Does he wear contact lenses, Dylan Pennington?
I'm not sure he does, no. Just seems to have got something in the eye. Talking about West Indies greats yesterday, weren't we? And saw Michael Holding live for a long run. I mean, the old grainy footage and what I can remember on TV of Wes Hall bowling. Always used to say he used to set off from the sight screen.
He did. He galloped in. Wes Hall did. Wonderful run-up.
The Reverend Wesley Hall.
Still very much with us.
Yeah. The Reverend Sir Wesley Hall. There's Pennington. Once more, cut away into the offside. Well fielded by the Notts skipper, Hasiba Mead. Not mentioned his name for a while. That's not to say he's not out there doing his bit. He's trying to come up with all sorts of bowling changes and field settings, and then throws himself full length to make a really good diving stop at point. Pennington just asking for another change. Got Lyndon James, who we'd forgotten about because we couldn't see him down below us. The overhang of the TV gantry means we couldn't see Lyndon James, but he's just materialised, Anthony, down below us.
Yeah.
Next one on its way. Oh, now then, LBW shout here with Abel not playing a shot. Just sort of crouched down and let the ball hit him outside the line of off.
Yeah, but Pennington bowling around the wicket from wide of the crease is unlikely to get an LBW decision. And just having a friendly chat with Rob Bailey.
England 200 for 5 in the Test match. Highlights will be worth looking at. Siraj has got Jacob Bethel out for 6 on his Test recall. 200 for 5. India made 224.
Yes, I've yet to be convinced about Jacob Bethel, having seen him a bit.
Playing in a Test match and he's yet to score a first-class century.
Quite. But that's the way they do it, England these days.
Yeah, see, when I view things differently.
Yeah.
Did Rian Ahmed get a Test appearance after what, three first-class matches or something?
Well, I think you can understand it more with Rian Ahmed as a leg spinner. But
well, if it's that good, why weren't Leicestershire playing him? Was the talk at the time?
Well, quite. Here's Mohammed Abbas to Tom Banton. I asked James Taylor about him and how good he was. He said, well, he's a useful batsman.
Well, he's gone on to show that, hasn't he?
He
Batting
has.
at 3. Has he had 300s this year at least? Yeah.
160 for 4 here. Somerset 54 runs ahead. 36 overs remaining in the day after this one. We'll get one more over before tea after this one as well. Abbas in and bowls, and Banton plays that defensively back up the pitch. Still got these 4 catches on the leg side. 3 in front of square, 1 just behind square. A solitary 4th slip. Cover point, mid-on and mid-off. And a long leg. Brett Hutton down there.
We're sort of at the point where Notts need 6 wickets in 18 overs, I would suggest. Otherwise, they've got no chance.
Abbas in bowls to Banton, who has plenty of time to play that defensive shot. You can almost sense the ball getting softer, can't you?
I would suggest that's It's not likely to happen, but 6 wickets in 18 overs.
Well, they've dug in well, these
Yeah.
two. Tom Abel setting the example for his less experienced colleagues, but Tom Banton's played his part as well. As Abbas is in and bowls, and this is cut away through the offside, back foot forcing shot. He didn't time it as well as he can do, Tom Banton. Probably bring him 2 runs as Pennington retrieves it.
Just playing with numbers. If 6 wickets in 18 overs is what I said, you'd imagine 40 odd runs would have been scored in those 18 overs. If it were to last that long, that would leave Notts needing 100 from the last 15 overs of the match. And again, the field would be out deep. That would be no easy task.
Abbas to Banton, driven in the air and not far away from a caught and bowled. But a slightly loose shot there from Tom Banton. Although it may be that that was one of those that just stuck in the pitch a little bit. Something that we think may have accounted for several of the Nottinghamshire dismissals this morning.
Yeah, that was betwixt and between. It was just to the left of Mohammed Abbas, the bowler, and his follow-through, and just didn't quite carry to Dylan Pennington at mid-off.
Last ball of the over. Abbas to Banton. Plays this firmly down into the onside and gets through another over. 36 remain in the day. 162 for 4. Somerset 56 runs ahead.
Time for 1 over from Pennington before the tea break. 162 for 4. The lead is 56, and I guess it's now or never for Nottinghamshire. Been an excellent partnership, but it was nearly broken by a chip by Banton back there off Abbas, which we've just seen a replay of. Probably just stuck in the wicket, as Anthony suggested. What are we going to get by way of a field change here with Pennington again round the wicket? Clark's got no friends, the wicket keeper. There's no slips or leg slips. We've got a short leg. There's a leg gully well away from him. Pennington bowls, pulled out onto the leg side, cries of catch, and it's gone for 6, way over Lyndon James down towards the big board, and taken on by Tom Abel and beautifully executed.
Well, it was exactly that shot that got him out in the first innings.
Yeah.
But that time he got plenty of bat. But I'd still not sure that discretion wouldn't be the better part of valour just at the moment.
Takes the lead to 62. Abel on to 44, 168 for 4. Pennington's first ball going for 6. Comes roaring in to bowl again. Short, pulled onto the leg side and fielded by Brett Hutton, the middle one of those 3 in a line. Got Calvin Harrison out on the fence. Square leg, Brett Hutton who fielded that, and the short leg of Ben Slater would have been just a blur as it went past him. Not going to be a deal pitched up. This is a Craig Overton type field. When he was bowling, tried a little bit of this yesterday afternoon round the wicket. Here comes Pennington again, short, defended by Tom Abel. 168 for 4. Notts all out for 544 this morning. That's after Somerset made 438 in the first part of the match. We've long since gone past the 1,000 run mark in the contest for 24 wickets. Century makers Abel and Rue in the first innings for Somerset. Seabermead for Nottinghamshire with a double 100. Might be time for Tom Abel yet. 168 for 4. Pennington bowls and has to do a little bit of limbo dancing here, as he's required just to arches back and get out of the line of another pacey ball that would have been about chest height on its way through to Joe Clark. Haynes and Slater swap over. This is nothing more than to just slightly distract the batter. Make you think, well, why has he gone there and why has he gone there? Short leg has swapped with silly extra cover, short extra cover, and vice versa. 2 balls left in the 50th over. Pennington bowls dug out, and Pennington will have to field off his own bowling, which he does. And that's going to be that. 1 ball left in the session. Reminder, in Division 1, Surrey defeated Durham yesterday. Yorkshire have beaten Sussex at Scarborough. Essex and Warwickshire a draw at soggy Chelmsford. At New Road, Worcestershire 59-1 against Hampshire. They require 299 more. Not going to happen. Hampshire require 9 more wickets. Probably not going to happen. Pennington bowls another bouncer through to Joe Clark, and that will be tea at Trent Bridge on the final day of this Division 1 game between these two sides. 168 for 4. Here's the tea time score for the visitors from 50 overs. There we are in our commentary box. Woo! Nice of you to pop in. 50 overs have gone. The board says 35 remain. I don't think we'll get that many. Tom Banton 18 not out at tea. Tom Abel 44 not out. And largely due to the efforts of this pair. Anthony, I think you'll be happily singing along to the music on your journey down the M42 and the M5, knowing that Somerset have got just as much out of this game as they possibly could get.
Well, they've both batted very steadfastly, very sensibly, and they haven't tried anything too fancy. They've just kept the Nottinghamshire bowlers at bay and have nearly seen Somerset into the safe waters of a draw. Nearly, but not quite.
Thank you, everybody. Players will return in 20 minutes, and so will the commentary. Well, welcome back to Trent Bridge with the umpires taking to the field for the last time. With, I would imagine, about 50 minutes left in this contest. Somerset 168 for 4 in their second innings. 35 overs in theory remain in the day unless wickets go down fairly regularly over the next 3/4 of an hour or so. That'll be Lewis Gregory and Hasib Hamid, or their appointed deputies, whoever's on the field in charge for Somerset at the time, to shake hands with the Notts skipper and officially call this one off. The only way that that might be extended is if Notts can get amongst the wickets. Yes, I'm just watching the players returning to the field after tea. We're just speculating. About 50 minutes left. You'd imagine the two captains will shake hands on a draw. That's unless Notts can pick up 6 wickets fairly quickly. Somerset in their second innings, 168 for 4. They lead by 62. In theory, 35 overs left. But on this surface, with this ball, it's been very hard to get wickets. Imagine it'll be a draw just before 5 o'clock. So the Tom Tom Club return to the middle. Tom Banton, Tom Abel, who held Notts at bay for a good 3/4 of the afternoon session, and to resume their innings. Liam Patterson-White, it looks as if he's going to at least start proceedings after tea. 62 the lead. Games have been won from this situation, and I only need refer Nottinghamshire supporters to the one match they have lost this season, when after tea Notts were in a similar situation up at Durham, and it looked as if they were going to safely get a draw, and Kyle Verena was out first ball after tea. There's a bit of a collapse, and Durham was set something like 90 from the last 18 overs and got home with an over to spare. So matches have been won from this situation, but Anthony Gibson with his fingers crossed and I don't believe it'll happen here.
Well, Patterson-White is bowling to Banton. It's a little bit short, and he punches it up to Mohammed Abbas. Tom Banton, 18 from 77 deliveries. A very un-Tom Banton-like innings, but exactly what the situation demanded. Patterson-White in and bowls, and Banton again content just to turn this into the onside. We got a slip, we got a second slip on his knees. Lyndon James, Jack Haynes under the helmet at silly mid-off, and Ben Slater at forward short leg as Patterson-White bowls, and this is punched through the offside. There should be a couple of runs here as Mohammed Abbas retrieves it from down to our left. Batsman just trot through for a couple. 170 for 4. The lead now 64. Banton on to 20. Partnership worth 67 from 163 deliveries. Patterson-White bowls, pitches this one up. It's turned into the onside. Probably be 2 more here. There will indeed. Batsman in no great hurry, just jogging through for the second run. 172 for 4, Banton on to 22.
Game started under very grey, almost black skies with the floodlights on. They may end that way as well.
Patterson-White to Banton, full toss, and not sure whether he got anything on that or whether it's going to be signalled as byes. It's running down towards the boundary and over the boundary rope at the far end, and there were runs. Just a little nick inside edge onto that, and Tom Banton picks up 4 bonus runs, moves on to 26, 176 for 4. So 8 runs off this first over after tea so far, stretches the Somerset lead to 70.
Battle hard, keep your wicket intact, and you never know. A couple of quick boundaries, or 8 runs in the over anyway for Banton.
Patterson-White bowls short, and it's parried by Hasib Hamid at extra cover. Saves his side probably 1 run. Not sure that would have gone to the boundary, but they take the single. 177 for 4. Banton keeps the strike. He's on 27. Tom Abel on 44.
2-2, 4-1. The last 4 balls, 9 from that over. It's pretty much the way that Notts started after lunch. There were 3 expensive overs before they dragged it back and then picked up a couple of wickets. There's going to be spin from both ends. Calvin Harrison, who has figures of 2 for 42 from his 16 overs. To bowl from the Stuart Broad end, he bowled Tom Lammonby and had James Rue caught at short leg. Going to be bowling to Banton with 2 slips, one of whom is down on his knees, Lyndon James, with a short leg and a very short extra cover close in on the offside, Jack Haynes. Slater at square leg, Freddie McCann first slip, Lyndon James second. Harrison bowls, run to backward point to Mo Abbas, and there's no run. So this will be the end of county championship cricket for about 6 weeks. Notts will be at New Road, Worcester, 9th of September for their next appointment. As Harrison bowls wide of the off stump. They're away again a week after at the Oval, and then the week after that, last week of September, they're back here. So about 7, almost 8 weeks before this county championship cricket back at Trent Bridge. Harrison, slower delivery, gets lots of purchase, lots of bounce and turn, but well away from the uninterested Banton, who doesn't chase after it. Filthy black cloud over the ground now. Will it do everybody a favour? Next ball on its way, and this is eased into the offside, and there's no run. Haynes doing the fielding.
If you mean, is it going to rain? I fear not. I don't know, it might do.
Harrison bowls. Oh, Banton edges it along the ground to Lyndon James, who's about 4 feet away from the batter. Just ran, scuttled along the ground straight to him. They're at tea at the Oval, where England are 215 for 7. In the words of my commentary colleague this week, as this is defended, Jamie's not had a very good game.
No, he hasn't. His bowling effort was distinctly underwhelming, and now he's gone for a duck. But,
Jamie Overton, that is, of course. Last test of the summer. There's aeroplane tickets to be contested.
I'd be surprised if he gets the call for Australia.
Be remarkable, wouldn't it? Because Craig did go on an Ashes tour. If both brothers went on separate tours, that wouldn't have happened very often.
Patterson White then to Tom Abel. First ball that Abel has received after tea. And he plays it to Jack Haynes at Silly-Mid-Off. And there's no run. The close catchers forming a sort of star formation around the batsman. Abel stretches forward, not to be tempted. Plays it back to the bowler. 32 overs remaining in the day's play after this one. Less 2 for the change of innings. Should Somerset be bowled out, and this is whipped away by Abel, and that should go, well, no, won't go all the way to the boundary. It's just 2 runs. It's not the fastest outfield in the world here at Trent Bridge. The outfield's a little bit pockmarked. It's this fungal disease that Steve Burks, the head groundsman, has been wrestling with. It's taking its toll on the outfield. 2 runs are taken though, 179 for 4. Abel on to 46. Again, this is a little bit short, and he's got plenty of time to get back on his stumps and turn it up to Dylan Pennington at mid-on. Liam Patterson-White bowls. That's a better length, drawing Abel forward. Tosses himself a catch. Patterson-White, last ball of the over, in, and Abel back on his stumps. playing this out square of the wicket on the offside, where it is retrieved by Jack Haynes, and another over ticks by. 179 for 4. Somerset now 73 runs ahead.
Not been many people inside Trent Bridge today watching, and I think there's even fewer left for the last knockings. That tractor still there. 4 rows back in the Smith Cooper stand. Somerset to the last, and all that. They lead by 73. Surely the outcome is inevitable now. Here's Calvin Harrison. Pulls to Tom Banton, pushes it back to the bowler.
Well, you say that, but 2 wickets in an over could change things.
Yeah, the trouble is it need to be in another over and then in another over. And they still might not be able to get over the line. Next ball on its way, and turned to leg to mid-wicket by Banton for a single. Takes him to 28, and the score is 180 for 4.
We had 501, didn't we, as well?
Yeah.
In the Nottinghamshire innings.
Harrison now to bowl to Tom Abel within a boundary of a half century. It's had a fine individual match. Get another single here, pushing it into the offside. Out to Pennington, who gave it his all. 2 or 3 overs just before tea, coming round the wicket with some short stuff, but on this occasion unable to break this partnership, which is now worth 78. Harrison to Tom Banton. Plays it again down into the ground with soft hands.
Just getting occasional quite sharp bounces, Calvin Harrison.
Comes in again past umpire Bailey. This is pushed back to Harrison, and well, he missed the ball. He went down to his left. It's a tall man, Harrison, and will be a little disappointed with himself for not fielding it. And once it had gone past the bowler, they sensed an opportunity to pinch a single. The problem then, with regards to the batters, was that Asib Hamid had swooped on the ball, took on the single, and then Hamid, shy at the stumps, narrowly missed. Might inadvertently have brought about a run out. Fired in by Harrison, this last ball of the over to Abel, who was able to keep it out. 182 for 4. And we've got 31 overs left, but get to 10 to 5, folks, and that's going to be that.
Yep, unless a couple of wickets fall pretty quickly. See Hamid just having a word with
Pennington. Do you think you'll be able to?
Yeah, he's trying to talk him into it, I think. Yeah, well, not sure that Pennington's all that keen.
It might be the other way round. It might be Pennington saying, "Come on, put me on." No, Dill, no. I'm gonna stick with it. Just saw a glimpse of the skies behind us approaching, and blacker than midnight.
Patterson White to Banton. Banton right forward again. Bat angled down. Been a good display this from Tom Banton.
I thought you were going to say from Dave Bracegirdle and Anthony Gibson. We'll have done half the overs apiece today.
Yeah. Patterson White bowls, and that's pitched right up and take not almost on the half volley by Tom Banton.
We've been mob-handed and had guests up the first 3 days, but they've all abandoned us on day 4.
As always happens. Oh, and this one takes off from Banton, just groping for that. It was a perfect length, and it really bounced and turned, and Banton goes down and gives the pitch a bit of a prod. That one certainly misbehaved.
I think you'd give it a prod with that pneumatic drill we've been hearing for the last 3 days. It wouldn't matter.
This time Banton plays a much more secure looking defensive shot. It's just been the odd ball that's done something unexpected. Patterson White to Banton, who's forward Again, applause for the bowler. He's been asking all the right questions, as Liam Patterson-White, but so far Banton and Abel have had the answers. Last ball of the over. It's a little bit shorter, and there'll be a single for Banton, who will keep the strike. 183 for 4 at the end of that ovals over, so the lead goes to 77.
Been asking all the right questions, and just not necessarily in the right order. They've been waiting forever to get on at Wantage Road in the match between Northants and Derbyshire in Division 2, but play has restarted late in the day. Derbyshire a bit of work to do, and they've lost a wicket. They're 102 for 5, still trailing Northants by 71, so don't know how long's left there. We're across the country, just past 4:15. Might be a couple of hours cricket there for Derbyshire to try and hang on to those last 5 wickets against Northants. There's Harrison. Bowls to Banton at the start of a new over. Pushed back along the carpet. The tall, dark-haired Calvin Harrison, born in South Africa. Played a lot of his cricket in his early days in New Zealand. This one spins away from Banton into the gloves of Joe Clark. His county debut came with Hampshire in 2020. Mason Crane had gone missing, and I don't know why. I think he was injured. He hadn't literally gone missing. This is wide of the off stump. Joe Clark took it, and then almost as a bit of an afterthought wondered if Banton was out of his crease. He wasn't. Played in that shortened blast in 2020 for Hampshire, Calvin Harrison. The next season he arrived here for a pre-season friendly with Oxford University and scored a century as Harrison gets a bit more turn. Not like the look of him from scoring that 100 against them. Took him on, and obviously his bowling has become the dominant force.
He's a very good slip catcher as well, isn't he?
He is indeed. 183 for 4. 2 balls left in the 56th over of the innings. Bowls short of a length, and Banton gives himself a bit of room just to nudge it out to Pennington for another single. Not sure when Tom Abel entered the in fact, I think he entered the 40s when that 6 he hit off Pennington, didn't he, down to long leg. He's on 47 now, seems to have been there a while, and remains there as he thrusts forward and ends the over with a dead bat. 184 for 4. Somerset lead by 78. Got about half an hour left, I guess. 29 overs to bowl, the board says, but I think in terms of minutes now, 30 minutes or so.
Yes, Tom Abel hasn't had much of the strike since the tea interval. 46 from 93 deliveries, and Banton's actually faced more than 108 deliveries, 47, and Banton 31 from 103. So they've just about shared the strike between the pair of them. There was only an over or so between their arrival at the crease. So 2 wickets fell in consecutive overs. Lamonby and Roux. Both to, well, it was consecutive Calvin Harrison overs. Patterson-White bowls short, and this is punched up to mid-on, but there won't be a run.
Tell you what, Anthony, it's very dark now. The floodlights are on, and the shadows we can see round the players are from the floodlights.
Yeah. Patterson-White bowls, and Banton this time. No, they won't take a single.
One of them wanted it, the other one didn't.
As Ben Slater was quickly onto it from forward short leg. No point in risking a run out at this stage in the proceedings. Patterson-White bowls and Banton defends. Patterson-White in his 18th over, none for 51. And Calvin Harrison 2 for 46 in 19. Getting occasional quite sharp turn. Tom Banton goes down and just wastes a bit of time, giving the pitch a prod. Maybe just wants to collect himself, refocus. Patterson White bowls to Banton, who, having refocused, plays a defensive shot. Patterson White bowling over the wicket. Has been mostly bowling around the wicket. Left arm spin. He's in, bowls, and Banton again gets right out to the pitch of the ball. 4 close catches surrounding the batsman. Patterson White bowls and Banton sweeps, misses, and the ball is between his knee and his left leg, and it's picked up, and it's the end of the over, and it's 184 for 4.
Yeah, sad way for County Championship cricket to sign off, really, for this stage of the season in the gloom, with an inevitable outcome. 24th of September, the next time Notts play here in red ball cricket against Warwickshire, last match of the season. What will they have to play for? There'll certainly be in contention. You'd imagine.
Well, you just got to beat Surrey at the Oval.
Well,
that's
that's
the key to it.
Yeah, it could be a glorious finale to the season. But either way, they should be very much in the running for a top 3 berth. 184 for 4. Tom Abel on 47, as he has been for a while, and just pushed into the offside. A couple of spectators just wandering at the far end. It's difficult to know how much there'd be in the eye line. Some batters have pulled away in this game. Others have just let the bowler come in and bowl without seemingly being aware. Next one's turned away. Now there should at least be 3 here, if not 4, by Tom Abel. There's Liam Patterson-White in hot pursuit. And he's got to have gone back for 3 there. And it's Tom Banton, actually, who makes the decision for Tom Abel. He pushed him to come back, and there's Tom Abel's 50. 110 balls, 5 fours, 1 6 at the crease for 2 hours and 4 minutes. Magnificent match for Tom Abel. Century in the first innings, unbeaten on 50 so far in the second. 187 for 4.
41st 50 of his first class career, and it is the 5th score of between 50 and 100 that he's made this season, to go with that century that he made. Well, it was 150 in the first innings.
More deliberations between captain and bowler about the field setting now for Tom Banton, who's on strike on 31. They've actually faced a similar number of deliveries. They'll both, in fact, faced 110 after this next ball. Banton's on 31, Abel outscoring his partner. He's on 50. 187 for 4. Harrison with 4 round the bat. Bowls, LBW shout. Rob Bailey's not going to raise the finger with that one. It was a stifled shout, in truth. 187 for 4. Somerset lead by 81. They're safe.
Nearly.
The Kookaburra ball doing its work yet again. Another defensive prod. 4 consecutive draws from
I just hope that
4.
the experience of this season knocks the Kookaburra ball business on the head once and for all.
And so say all of us. Harrison to Banton. Pushes it gently onto the leg side.
And I think some serious work needs to be done about pitches as well, to give groundsmen a bit more to work with. I'm no agronomist, but
Harrison bowls. Banton, it's not always been totally comfortable against Harrison. Goes very deep to keep it out. There's some friendly and very pleasant exchanges out there between the players. There's very much a case here for them just going through the motions.
do they have sort of teach-ins for head groundsmen?
I do not know. I don't know.
I mean,
yes, I think they regularly get together, whether it's a get-together over a drink or get together, discuss the
Seem to
finer
be,
arts. I don't know.
Worthwhile bringing them all together and discussing what's been going on and providing a bit of advice. This is short, and Abel defends back to Liam Patterson-White, because these everlasting pitches are a real problem from the point of view of attractive cricket. With the red balls, this turned into the onside for a single by Tom Abel, who moves on to 51, 188 for 4. Whether there is any answer to it in a summer as dry as this, I'm not sure, but ought to be looked at. Patterson-White in and bowls, and Banton this time stretches forward. It will have done Tom Banton no harm at all, this innings, especially if you can see it through to the end. Patterson-White in bowls. Banton, ooh, this is just flashes past Ben Slater. It was in the air. Let's watch the replay. It was nowhere particularly near Slater, well to his right. But full shot, brings him a single, 189 for 4. Patterson-White to Abel, turns this along the ground to Slater at forward short leg. 26 overs after this remain in theory, less 2 for the change of innings. 24, this is short and shorter and quicker, and Abel on the back foot defends. So 189 for 4, Somerset 83 runs ahead, and if these two can see it through till around about 10 to 5, one would have thought that would be enough.
Very much so, yeah. Huge thanks today to our camera operatives, Rebecca, Spence, Lewis, Barney and Wilson, and of course to Aaron and Kirsty in the production office. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage, those of you that have been with us for just a few minutes or much of the 4-day coverage. Sincere thanks to them, and to you for being with us. Not quite the last hurrah, about 20 minutes left, we think. Unlikely, those of you that have watched a lot of county championship cricket, unlikely we'll go the full distance. Doesn't seem to be anything to play for to get the full 26 overs in, but it's been a 4-day match, largely, as this is defended, Harrison's new over beginning, largely devoid of any serious interruptions. We lost a couple of overs, didn't we, on the first day at 6:01 officially, which was a bit of a nonsense. 189 for 4, Calvin Harrison. Lovely rhythmical action, bowls, and this one's turned and it ricochets off Joe Clark and leg slip and runs away down below us to Mohammed Abbas. Who's that?
Chance.
Lyndon James. Is he given runs?
Yep. Difficult chance.
Well, if there was an edge, it struck Joe Clark, and then it deflected from him to strike Lyndon James at leg slip, and then ran away for a couple. He bowls again, and Abel, the grateful beneficiary. Was it? What did they get? Just a single then?
Yeah.
So takes Banton to 33. Abel back on strike. Harrison in once more, and this time they've got him. Calvin Harrison does get a wicket. Well, 190 for 5. Harrison's third wicket. 84 runs is the difference between the two sides. We're in the 60th over. Tom Abel caught Joe Clark, bowled Calvin Harrison for 51.
Well, he's earned that wicket, Calvin Harrison. Unlucky not to get Tom Banton earlier on in the over. But Tom Abel, who's battled well out there, done a fine job for his side, but he'll be very disappointed that he hasn't been able to see it through to the end. But that was a good ball from Harrison, pitched middle and off, just took the outside edge, and a straightforward catch to Joe Clark. And Abel's gone for 51 from 116 deliveries with 5 fours and a 6. Archie Vaughan is the new batsman. Well, I did say if there were 2 wickets in an over, it might breathe renewed life into this game of cricket. And come on, Archie, don't want a second wicket in this over.
We have had one of these games that featured a couple of hat tricks. It might need something similar. I think had that wicket materialised straight after the other 2. I said at the time it was a long shot, but had Somerset been 5 down at the start of the afternoon session. Again, we'll never know the eventual outcome, but would have given Notts a reasonable chance of being able to go on and force something. But I'm sure Archie Vaughan and Tom Banton can take care of things here.
Well, it's quite a test for the young man. Surrounded by close fielders.
Getting ever more gloomy as well overhead. As Harrison bowls tossed up and an inside edge onto the pad, and everybody bar Harrison yelling out a hopeful appeal.
Another nervy looking shot from Archie Vaughan.
1 ball left in the over. He'll be grateful to survive it and go down and have a bit of a chat to Tom Banton. Here is Harrison. Bowls now, and on the sweep, Archie Vaughan just paddles it round the corner to Mo Abbas, end of the over. Harrison has his 3rd wicket of the innings, 3 for 50, 21 overs, 3 maidens.
They do indeed. The 2 batsmen have a chat. He's got a good technique, has Archie Vaughan, but he's young, inexperienced obviously, and it's going to be tough out there for certainly for the next half an hour or so. Tom Banton, the weight of responsibility shifts really onto his shoulders. Now the senior batsman, Patterson White to bowl to him. Banton is forward resolutely in defence. Floodlights shining out brightly, but as long as we've got spin from either end, can't see the umpires becoming too concerned. Patterson White to Banton, who will pick up a single as he plays that square of the wicket on the offside. Goes on to 34, 191 for 5. Takes Archie Vaughan down to the business end. Important half an hour this for Somerset's cricket season. If they go down in a heap, they can kiss goodbye to any hopes for of the county championship. Patterson White then to Vaughan, who's right forward, taking a leaf out of Tom Banton's book. Two slips. Lyndon James not on his hands and knees. Vaughan this time forward in defence. Two slips. Sillyman off and a forward short leg surrounding Archie Vaughan as Patterson White bowls and Vaughan equal to it. Greater threat has really come from Calvin Harrison with his leg breaks from the Stuart Broad end. Patterson White bowls and it's a full toss and Vaughan misses out, but gets through the over. Another over ticks by. 24 remain in the day's play. It'll be 23 after the first ball of the next over. Less 2 for the change of innings. That makes 21. And Somerset now 85 runs ahead.
Can't end the game without Joe Clark taking the pads off and having a bowl. I will feel unfulfilled, unsatisfied if the fourth Kookaburra match in a row doesn't end with a wicket-keeper bowling, but no sign of it as yet. Notts will push for as long as feasibly possible, and then Seba Mead and his troops will offer a hand. Here's Harrison bowling, and again, this one just popped a little bit on Banton, who seemed startled, as if he just found a wasp on his favourite flower bed. Harrison in again, cut into the offside, through the offside. There's nobody there. 4 runs. Ball thudding into the blue advertising hoarding at the base of the Smith Cooper stand, which probably holds no more than 25 people.
He's hurt his finger playing that shot. This
might be another way to get us to 10-5. He's left his bat and pads, his batting and his batting gloves and his helmet behind.
I think Laura Holmes is going to come out and give him the pain-killing spray. Here she comes.
The magic spray.
He obviously just jarred his top hand playing that attacking shot through the offside. Ooh, it hurts.
It does indeed. I mean, the question asks from the Nottinghamshire perspective, not knowing a deal about this, but why is he playing with a damaged finger?
Well, because it's not that badly damaged.
It's all right, Tom. Anthony says it's not damaged.
Well, no, it wasn't me that said it. It was Jason Kerr, the head coach, who said that although it was a fracture, it was a pre-existing fracture. And when I asked him after the last, it was at the end of the game against Durham, whether Tom Banton was going to be fit, he said yes, he will be fit to play despite the injury to his finger. But it looks like Laura Holmes is strapping it up.
Umpire's eager to have some sort of definitive answer to the Banton question. Are you fit to carry on, or are you going to go off? And Tom Banton's going to stay on. Callum says, you know the old saying, Dave, 1 brings 2. Well, hopefully 1 brings 5. And Outlaw Chris, I've enjoyed every minute of this, Dave, the stream and the comms. Thanks to everybody who's brought us the game. I might just have missed 1 or 2 deliveries, but I've had the game on throughout. Thank you all. Thank you, Chris. Thanks for your support. Thanks to everybody for taking the trouble to be there and to send your messages in. Tried to read most of them, tried to read all of them, trying to get them all on air. Sometimes isn't easy when they all come of a once. The yellow belly, a couple of more wickets may have been useful. He's been in touch. Steve Battlemuch as well. Thank you, Steve. Next ball sent down by Harrison, and that's got to jar your finger as well. He's dug one out onto the leg side this time. I felt that one, let alone Tom Banton in his lime green gloves. Well, they are white, but 2 or 3 of the fingers are lime green. He drops this behind square and we'll get a single and get down to the other end for a little bit of peace.
It's still troubling him, that left hand, left index finger.
England 8 down in the Test match. They've gone past India. They lead by 17, but they're 8 down. Thought to tape the highlights today, so I'll have a little look at that later. Vaughan on strike, sweeps it up into the air. Oh! Didn't carry to Moa. Moa Abbas didn't attack it. And look at the Notts fielders. It can't have picked it out. It landed 2 feet in front of Mo, 3/4 of the way back at long leg. It was a sweep that went up into the air, and everybody trying to catch it, and it landed not quite 2 feet, maybe 2 yards in front of Mo, but he didn't move it, he didn't attack it. He must have lost it. The next ball goes through to Clark. Can't have seen it.
Wasn't a great shot, that's for sure. Not sure this is the moment to be sweeping a leg spinner.
I was just saying he didn't see it, I think.
Brings the top edge into play, which is exactly what happened there.
We'll have had a backdrop of lot of empty seats, empty white seats.
Strange, isn't it?
Yeah. Wow. 196 for 5.
This is the sort of ground where the white ball would be more difficult to pick up against the background than
Yeah.
the red ball.
Yeah.
With all these white seats. Another over. Patterson White to Banton. It's forward defending. Banton on 39 from 124 deliveries. 196 for 5. Somerset 90 runs ahead. Patterson White to Banton, short and punched away up to Mohammed Abbas, just for a single. Banton on to 40. Means that Vaughan will be on strike, yet to score, looking nervous. Patterson White in bowls, and this time Vaughan is forward in defence. He looks happier against Patterson White's left arm spin than he has done against Calvin Harrison's leg spin. Patterson White in bowls, and Vaughan comes plunging forward this time to defend. Bowlers in, full toss, driven up to Mohammed Abbas at a deepish mid-off that went too quickly to the fielder for the batsman to take a single. You feel he missed out on opportunity to get off the mark. Patterson White going over the wicket this time to Vaughan, who again comes forward, defends, keeps that out. Another over goes by. 22 remain in the days played, less the first ball of the next over will be 21, less 2, so 19 overs, and the Somerset lead is 91. Not quite safe yet.
It will be in 7 minutes' time. 4:43 is the time. There's just not enough time for Nottinghamshire. Even if Calvin Harrison takes 5 wickets in 5 balls here, bowls now, and well, he didn't take one with that one. Just if he did take 5 wickets in 5 balls, Notts would require 92 in 19 overs. This is pushed into the offside for another single, 198 for 5. But again, they'd be batting against a Kookaburra ball on a dead surface with all the fielders out on the boundary, and I don't think that would be possible. But that would be the easy bit of the equation, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah.
Getting the 5 wickets.
Getting the 5 wickets, that's the problem.
So Vaughan yet to score on strike. Will he look to sweep Harrison again? He doesn't. He pushes this.
I rather hope he's got the sweep out of his system.
Went cheaply in the first innings. Like to get a. Well, it's gone to sweep, and it's good job he'd got his pad a long way down the track, because it struck the pad. Harrison appealing. Everybody else either
He got his
diving
pad
out of the way.
outside. Got his pad outside the off stump, but as I said just now, if you're sweeping, you're bringing the top edge into play.
Harrison must be sensing another wicket here. Bowls now, and with soft hands, it's run away on the offside. Freddie McCann does the fielding. 198 for 5. Also, I think if they did get another wicket, would at least go through the motions of sticking around, perhaps. Another 2 or 3 overs, but not much more. Vaughan determined not to give his wicket up. Blocks this one. That is the end of Harrison's over. 198 for 5. His figures: 23 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 56. And will it be Patterson White to continue? You'd presume so. See, but me talking to Joe Clark there, I'd love to think he was saying, get your pads off, Joe, and have a bowl, but I don't think he is. Is it going to be Freddie McCann? Yeah. If anyone can, Freddie McCann.
Yeah. Well, it's worth a go.
It is. It is. I'd still like to see Clarkey have a bowl. That would be just nice to say. Those 4 Kookaburra matches in the middle of summer, they all ended with the wicket-keeper bowling. Bairstow against Yorkshire. Ishan Kishan against Somerset down at Taunton. Ben Brown, who actually got some to turn with his slow left armers, the Hampshire wicket-keeper and captain last week down at the Utility Bowl. Come on, Clarkey, give it a go. But here's Freddie McCann.
Bowling his off breaks to Tom Banton. Slip and a leg slip. Oh, Banton gets one that does turn back into him, and he adjusts pretty well to it, in fact.
Does give it a rip, Freddie McCann. And that's
a little bit of turn from the bowler's footmarks outside the right-hander's off stump.
Picked up some good wickets this season. 8 he's got.
He's in again and bowls short, and this time Banton back on his stumps. Defends into the onside. Tom Banton has faced 129 deliveries. McCann bowls, and Banton turns this into the onside. Turns his bat wristily so as to keep the ball down. McCann wasting no time. We're going to have a fielding change with leg slip going to forward short leg. So just the 2 close catches for McCann to Banton, who will pick up a single here, down to short third man. Mendon James will retrieve. Banton on to 42, 199 for 5. Archie Vaughan's been out there for 16 deliveries, yet to score. Been looking nervous, as you might expect. McCann bowls short, and Vaughan back on his stumps, playing it to Liam Patterson-White at extra cover. Vaughan just having a chat with Banton, wasting a little bit of time. This is the last ball of the over. Oh, and Peel, well, I'm not sure what that appeal was for, but
you're not Archie Vaughan.
Archie Vaughan survives, and another over ticks by.
If you'd have been Freddie McCann, you'd have been appealing. Give me a wicket, umpire. Should be 1 over to go. Board says 16:49. There's going to be Calvin Harrison. Come on, Clarkey, get those gloves and pads off.
How long do you reckon Notts will go on for?
I think this will be the last over, I really do.
Do you?
Yeah. Somerset lead by 93. 199 for 5.
93. Well, they're not going to take
5 wickets.
5 wickets and there's over.
So Harrison to bowl to Banton on 42, make that 43. He's perfectly happy to expose Archie Vaughan to the rest of the over, and no reason why he shouldn't. Vaughan perfectly capable of facing the leg spinner, even with the added pressure of everybody round the bat. Ooh. And again, he's well. I was going to say he's gone on. Can he sweep it in front of square? I guess he can. He went down as if to sweep it, and the ball just popped up towards mid wicket. Didn't carry to Liam Patterson-White. Very inelegant looking shot. Certainly didn't mean to play it there. Harrison in again, and that's better from Archie Vaughan. Basic defensive technique, that's all that's required now. No real need to try and get a single or two. Naught not out will do his side perfectly well. And now an LBW shout. They're asking Rob Bailey, must have hit him outside the line, or pitched outside the line of leg stump. Went very deep into his crease there, and it did hit the pad. 200 for 5, Somerset. This one's going to be consigned to the record books sometime soon. Next ball defended by Archie Vaughan. One ball left in this over. All eyes and all cameras pointing towards Asiba Mead, and hot skipper as Harrison bowls what may be the last ball of the match. Vaughan defends. He turns towards Asiba Mead. Joe Clark's walking down towards the other end. Captain is going to have a chat with Joe Clark. There are 19 overs left. I hope he's saying take your pads off, Clarkie. 200 for 5. I thought they'd be shaking hands at this stage. Well, Bass doesn't. He's gone down on the ground and is doing some... I don't know what they are.
There's a long chat going on.
I thought we'd be walking off by now with everybody having shaken hands, I must be honest. Patterson White's holding the ball, wondering if he's going to be... Well, he's not, because Freddie McCann was on at this end.
Banton's thinking... I think they are discussing whether to carry on or not, whether to bother.
Well, Somerset,
and they're not.
There we go.
There we go.
Somerset were perhaps saying, if we declare, you're not going to try and chase these runs down, are you? And clearly Notts aren't. So Somerset with the lead of 94 have happily declared on 200 for 5 after 66 overs, 19 overs left. And that is that. Tom Banton 43 not out. Archie Vaughan yet to score. And Nottinghamshire will take 13 points from the game. Somerset 12. Both will lose ground on leaders Surrey. Matches drawn. Notts have found a way this season to stop losing to Somerset. They've not found a way yet to start beating Somerset. Match drawn between the two.
Yeah, it's a shame, really, that it's a game that's been spoilt by a combination of a dead pitch and a Kookaburra ball. But we've had plenty of excitement here today, right from the start, with Nottinghamshire losing those 4 wickets early on, then a couple of Somerset wickets going down before lunch. Some attractive stroke play from Rue and Lammonby before they were out in successive overs from Calvin Harrison, and then a very stubborn, solid, steadfast partnership between Tom Abel and Tom Banton. Both of them, Banton in particular, playing very much out of character but doing exactly the job that their side would have wanted, and they've seen Somerset through. Abel not quite, but Banton right through to the safe waters, the safe harbour of a drawn game in which Somerset take 12 points and Nottinghamshire take 30.
So that's it, folks. We're just about done and dusted from Nottingham for now and for a while in terms of the county championship. Both sides next in action in this competition, the 8th of September. The 50-over competition takes sway for the counties over the next month. The 100 will occupy the minds of others. This is a draw here. Notts stays second. They're going to drop to 9 points behind Surrey with 3 matches left. Somerset will be 17 points behind Nottinghamshire and 26 behind Surrey with those 3 matches left. So that's it. Thanks to everybody that's popped in and said hello over the 3 days, and of course most thanks to Anthony Gibson, as ever. An absolute joy and a pleasure to share the commentary
Always
box.
a pleasure to come to Trent Bridge and to share a commentary box with you, Dave Bracegirdle.
Great to see you. Safe journey home, and we'll catch up at some point, no doubt. Thank you, folks. Again, sincere thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to watch and to listen. That's what we do it for. And to everybody that's been involved in bringing the pictures and the replays and the graphics and everything else. The floodlights go out at Trent Bridge on this phase of the county championship, and hooray, the floodlights go out on the use of the Kookaburra ball for 2025. May we never ever see it again.
And so say all of us.
From the team at Trent Bridge, a very good night.